All right, so today we're going to go over some lighting equipment and what to look for. We already kind of talked about some of this in a previous semester when we were going over lighting in general, like the different kinds of lights. So I'll just briefly touch on some of that. But what we're really going to be talking about today is more of like the specifications to look for in any kind of light, like CRI rating and the lumens and what all that stuff means. So with the different kinds of lights, we have tungsten, which are shown here. They're the ones that give off that kind of orange hue. They have a very accurate color rating, and they are bright. They're really toughly built, and they're cheap. The problem is that they're very hot. They heat up very quickly. You have to wear gloves to make sure that you don't get burned by them. The bulbs are very sensitive to movement if they're on, so you want to make sure that you don't move them while it's plugged in. And you want to make sure it's turned, well, while it's plugged in, it's fine. But when it's turned on, you want to make sure you're not moving them around, because the light bulb will be a lot more sensitive when it is heated up and it'll possibly break. So you want to be extra careful with that. And when you turn these on and turn them off, they have a few seconds where they have to cool down after they have a few seconds that they'll be bright before they go dim all the way. Unlike other lights like LEDs and things like that, where you can turn them on and turn them off, and it'll be a swap just like that from bright to dark. These ones, you'll see light for a bit, for a few seconds or up to a minute, depending on how long you've left them on, because it's actually heating up the bulb. The other thing about these is that the bulbs themselves, when you're touching them, if you touch them with your skin, they are very sensitive to the oils on your skin. And if you touch the actual bulb when you're putting it in, it has the chance of breaking the bulb or causing a fire hazard. So you have to be extra careful with that when using these. They're still used today on film sets because they give off a look that not a lot of other lights can replicate, and it's a lot harder to get that same look and that same beauty that comes from this kind of light. So this is why this kind of light's still used, but it isn't used as much as it used to be in the past when it was the prominent light for the industry. Then we have the Hmi lights. These are the big lights that have a daylight look. They have that white light, that daylight balanced light, compared to the tungsten that has more of that orange hue. And they're a lot larger than the tungsten lights, even with the same wattage. You have a 650 watt and it's an HMI compared to a 650 watt tungsten. The HMI is going to be a lot larger, and that's just the way they're designed. They are one of those lights that give off a huge amount of light, something that other lights can't really replicate, which is why they are used most often to try to mimic the moon or the sun. On large sets, you'll see these giant HMIs, like even in this picture that we saw, those are pretty ginormous if you look at them compared to the people, and they're all the way up in the air, so they're made to look like it's coming from the sunlight, and then they're using diffusion and colored gels to shape and affect the quality of the light. So these ones are the ones that you get on the big, large productions, and the ones when you need just a huge amount of light that you can't really find in any other lights out there, unless like these are the ones that you're just going to get the most light for what you get, because they're so big and they just give off the most light, where LEDs and fluorescent lights and these other kinds of lights can't really have that same amount of light lumens that it like displays outwards, pretty much. Then we have the fluorescent lights, which aren't really used as much anymore. They were kind of a replacement for tungsten, where you could replace the bulbs and you could either have daylight balanced, or you could have tungsten balanced, where the color would either be the white or the orange hue, or you could do a mixture of both. But they're a little bit dangerous because if they break, they have these, the way they work, they have poisonous fumes inside of them, poisonous gas. So they're a little bit of a safety hazard. They're a lot larger and longer, so they're bulkier, and they're take up a lot more space and room on set and whenever you're traveling with them. So they're not really the most portable, and they don't give off as much light as some of these other things that are more spotlights. These ones are a lot more floody, and they have they're a lot wider. So they have a bit more of a soft light that comes off of them already where they need less diffusion, but they don't give off as much light. So it's harder to light up a subject and you need more light because of it. What Giselle said, what poison gas is in them? Man, I can't remember. It was when we learned about lights back in that last semester, but it was some kind of just whatever's inside of them, however it works, is it lights up. That's the way they light up, is they light up a gas. And to us, if we breathe it in, it's poisonous. I don't remember exactly what chemical it is. So you'd have to look it up, but just know that if you break these, you don't want to be around that area for a while. You want to let it
Some of them are halogen.
Halogen. And that's poisonous to us. So you want to make sure that if it breaks and it releases those fumes, you leave that area for a while to let it just kind of get out of that area so you're not breathing it in. And these were replaced with LEDs for the most part. Like most people don't use these anymore just because LEDs can basically do the same thing or more than what these could do. But these were a replacement for tungsten lights back in the day when tungsten was the only option. And it just gave people a little bit more versatility back then. But if you want to learn more about all this stuff, we even have the video where we went over everything to do with all these lights. In the, what was that semester? The semester we went over lighting. We talked.
I think it was last semester, wasn't it?
Was that last semester? It was either last semester or the semester before it. Either way, it's one of those videos where we go like in depth into every single light. I was just briefly refreshing on these things.
Yeah, just a quick overview, like a refresher, so that when we talk about the other stuff, you can have an idea.
Yeah, so basically the things we're talking about today is just what to look for with any of these lights that you're going to get, because they all have their pros and cons. But the specific light fixture that you get is going to be based on what you're looking for and what you need it for. HMIs, you're going to need it if you need a bunch of light, and you can't really get that anywhere else. Well, they also get very hot. They're very heavy and bulky, so they take up a lot of space and they use up a lot of power. So you have to make sure you have enough wattage to use them.
Is it possible to throw that video online for us to look at later?
What was that?
It's online.
Is it possible to re-put it online so we can just find it? Because otherwise I'm going through like 25, 30 emails.
Yeah, I can put it on.
That would be
let me see if
awesome.
I can just find it.
We can look for it and resend it and send it through email if necessary. But
Perfect.
Coda, do you think you can find it right now? Like off?
No, I don't need it now. Just later.
Gotcha.
I don't want to interfere.
Okay.
No, yeah, you're good. I was just it is in last semester we were learning about it.
The other thing with the fluorescent lights, you can't spot them. They're tough to control because of the barn doors that they have. It's such a big soft light.
Mm-hmm. They're not able to be as shaped as the other lights because they're a lot wider and they give off a lot more of a floodlight spreading out in all directions, more than the other ones that are a little more spotlight, like you would find in on a theater stage, for instance.
Yeah, so you'll get a lot more on the background and things like that. A lot of spill going on. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
No, you're good. And that is a good point. And you also, that's another reason why they're not really used is when you are lighting stuff, you typically want to control where the light is going. And the more control you have over that, the better. And a lot of lights will come with these barn doors, and you try to block it off of the background. If you don't want the light to hit the background, you just want it to be the focus on the subject, or vice versa. But with these kinds of lights, like you said, like Nat said, they are so wide and the barn doors don't really work for them because of that, because there's just so much light spreading out in all directions that it's harder to shape, harder to control. So you'll have a lot more light going in directions that you don't really want. And you'll have to get extra things like flags and those other light blocking material to shape it, because the light itself is a little bit harder to control. Then we have LED lights, and LED lights come in different sizes, different forms. This is a light panel, which is just a flat panel that has the LEDs. It's a multi-chip, so all those little bulbs are different tiny little LED chips that light up. whenever electricity hits them, and that's what causes it to glow. And then you have LEDs that look more like film lights, like the other ones you might see, where they can be replaced with a Fresnel lens, or they can have a softbox, or they can have something on the front where it'll shape that light into looking more like one of those other lights, like a tungsten or HMI light that we saw earlier. These ones also can have softboxes and things like that, but they do work differently. You'd have to like look up the specific differences in looks. Each brand, each kind, they're all going to have a little bit of a uniqueness to them and unique functions that go with them. But LEDs are a lot more prominent now because they're a lot cheaper. They don't heat up as much as these other lights. They are very versatile. They're very compact, and they don't require as much power. So all these things are making, especially with independent filmmaking, it's making a lot more people go the LED lighting route. The problem with LEDs is that if you buy the cheaper end, which we'll talk about in just a second, but the cheaper end, they have color hue shifts, which don't give off as accurate of colors as you get with maybe tungsten lights or even HMI lights. And they also, most of them can't give off as much light as these other lights. So if you need a lot of light, LEDs are going to be, it's going to be hard to get the same amount of light that you would get from one of these other lights. Besides fluorescence, like fluorescence and LEDs, they can give off around the same amount of light, depending on what size and shape they are. But with like HMIs and tungsten lights, you're going to get a lot more light than you would get from the same size of an LED, just because they don't have as much power to, they don't give off as many lumens, which we'll talk about in just a second as well. So that's something to think about, but they are very versatile and they can do a bunch of stuff, which other lights just can't without external materials.
With some of the LEDs, can you change the color temperature?
Yes.
Okay, so I can go from daylight to fluorescent, and by changing it,
Daylight to tungsten, or back, or like anywhere in between. It usually has a range. LEDs, when you're looking at it, buying an LED, you usually have a range of color temperatures that it can go to on that Kelvin scale. And so it'll say like, you know, this light can go from 1,500 to 6,500 Kelvin. And so, you know, 6,500 would be more on that daylight, white looking light, and then, or blue looking light. And then the 2,000 or 1,500 would be way more on the orange tungsten look. And it just depends on which LED you get. That's another thing about LEDs, is they're all going to have different specifications. So when you're buying LEDs, you really want to look into all that stuff, because some of them might have a shorter range where they can only go from like 3,000 to 6,000 or 2,000 to 4,000, just depending on what their capability is and what their functionality is. So, but they can, that is one of the things that's good about LEDs, is that some of them do have the ability to switch between the different temperatures, the daylight and the tungsten, which is very easy, just like flipping a switch, and then you have the other color temperature. You don't have to worry about color gels and all of that stuff because it's already preset in your light. Another thing about LEDs that's really good is that they have the most versatility with like colors. They can also, I think I have a picture. Well, they can also do multiple colors, RGB lights. So if you get an RGB LED panel, you can see on the one on the right, it can do any of those colors on basically like the rainbow spectrum. You can choose a color and you can set it to it, and it can shine red, or it can shine blue or purple or pink, whatever color you want. And that is very good. And that's something none of the other lights can do. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure these are the only ones that can do that capability, where you can change the colors. So if you're trying to set up a futuristic bar scene or something like that, or you just want to make it a unique color scheme, LED lights can help to get it right on set and really set that look up before you get into post-production and try to change all the colors in post only. You really want to get those colors right on set. So LEDs really help with that. With other lights, you can do the same stuff. You can get colors and all of that, but you would have to use external gels, like different colored gels, put them in front of it, the light, and that would change the light and make them look as those colors. Which again, I'll get into more of this in a second when I'm like going through the list of LED stuff to look it for. But I just wanted to quickly go over those different kinds of lights. Those are the main lights used in filmmaking. And so the main ones used right now on film sets is LED, HMI, and occasionally tungsten. Fluorescent, they're not really used anymore. But you know, some people use them. It just depends. Again, this is all subjective, but for the most part, tungsten's not really used as much. HMI is used, especially on larger sets, especially when you need a bunch of light. LED is used for the most part on independent films, larger productions, and everywhere in between, because they can just have so much versatility and so many different functions. You can have a flat pad that has LEDs in them that you can attach to the ceiling of your car if you're doing a car scene, or these little tiny pocket LEDs that you can put in front of the dashboard to light up their face. So there's a lot of different things you can do with LEDs, and because they don't require as much power, they can usually be powered off of batteries, even sometimes AA batteries. So they're very versatile, and that's why they're used so much, especially on the independent scene. So we also last semester, we also went over soft boxes and the different kinds. There's many different types of soft boxes that you can get. So I'm not going to be going into all of that today, but here are the shapes, sizes. Basically, the bigger the softbox is, the softer it's going to look, especially when you're closer to your subject. But the more light is going to be diffused, and that means it's going to be spread out more, and it's not going to be as bright. So you need bright lights to get the larger ones to light up the same amount as you would have a smaller one. But the smaller ones will be a little bit more like a spotlight, and they won't be as soft on your subject when you have them close by. One thing to consider with softboxes when you're talking about their size, though, is even if you do want a really soft light and you want that big, huge one like that bottom right, these are all the same kind of softbox light. Some of them, they're just different sizes. And you can see that one on the bottom right is really large. It's giving off a lot of light, and it's spreading across that whole subject and pretty much wrapping him around in light with only a little bit of shadow on the other side. So you don't need as much fill. Problem is it's very large. And if you have a small space, or you don't have much room, or you don't have much space to carry all this equipment in your car or wherever you're taking it, then these huge ones are going to be a problem because they take up so much room, take up so much space. So if you're filming in a really small room, these giant soft boxes aren't really ideal, even though they might give off a more soft look that you might want. You have to consider the fact that they're so big that you need to know where you can use them and when you can't. And the more equipment you get, you'll probably get different sizes of soft boxes so you can use them in different situations. But starting off, if you're getting your first one, I would just suggest figuring out where you're going to shoot most of the time with it. Is it going to be in your house? Are you going to go on film sets? How large you're expecting those spaces to be, and then figure out how large of one you might be able to get. You also might not want the largest of ones because you might not want that soft of light. And to make a huge softbox like the one on the bottom right a little less soft, you would have to bring it away from your subject. But because it's so big, you'd have to bring it pretty far away from your subject to make it as hard as something like the top right light. So to do that, it would also make the light be less bright on the subject because the light is farther away now. So those are all some things to consider when you're talking about soft boxes. You can make it harder or softer by bringing it closer or farther away from your subject. But the farther away you get, you're going to need to turn up the brightness to keep it the same amount of light on your subject as you would have it if you had it closer. And then the shape of the softbox, like these, that is this big, huge rectangular ones. Those are usually only used for like portraits, portrait photography, so that they light up the entire subject from top to bottom if they're doing like a whole body shot. The round ones and the square ones, those ones are more used on the film sets and things like that. You can find the huge rectangular ones, but often you won't find those as much as you will these other ones on film sets. Those ones are more for photography. The main difference that these make, it's not exactly the light that it gives on the subject. The main difference these make is, we went over this catch light, the light that goes into the subject's eyes that reflects off of it. It's in the shape of these soft boxes. So a lot of people prefer the round soft boxes because it might look more like the sun. When we see somebody outside, they have that round spot in their eye because the sun is reflecting off of their eyes and the sun is round. So a lot of people prefer the round ones. Some people prefer the square ones because they just give off a unique look, something different. And they don't really care to have that round one or have it be like the sun or anything like that. And some people don't really care, but it's just something to keep in mind when you're buying a softbox, that I would recommend looking into catch light and looking at the different shapes that happen in somebody's eye when you're using these different kinds of softboxes, because some of them might not look like what you're expecting it to, or some of them might look better than what you thought it might. So it just depends. But the shape is mainly just doing that. It also kind of controls where the light is going. So to a degree, it will have the light be more focused or spread out more in different directions. So you'll have to look into that and look at the separate softbox shapes to really see the difference, especially if you don't really notice it on a subject. I would say I noticed it more when they did it against a wall, and that was the easiest way for me to see what they were talking about, because on the subject they kind of get the same light depending on where the softbox is, so it doesn't really affect too much as you would think. But the main thing it affects is the catch light and where the rest of the light goes that doesn't hit the subject. That spill, that stuff that goes in the background, the shape of that will be affected by the shape of the softbox as well. Hold on. All right, so with softboxes as well, you also have some modifiers that some allow you to add. This is a grid. Some allow you to do this. This will help shape the quality of light, and it just affects how much of that light is hitting the subject and where that light is spilling off to. So you can really shape it to go where you want it to a little better than you would if you just didn't have this on your softbox at all. So you might want to look into, if you're planning to buy a softbox, you might want to look into seeing if this is available for it, if you can attach something like this, if it already comes with it in a kit, and if something like that is something you want, you might want to get it. It doesn't really affect light as in like making shadows appear all over like a honeycomb shadow. It doesn't really do that like you might think it might. Really all it does is just shape where that light is spilling off to, so you can stop it from going all over the background and shape it more to go on the subject instead. So that's something you might want to look into if you're buying a softbox for the first time. Another thing to consider with a softbox is how fast they can be set up and broken down. Some of them you can just basically flip them open. If anyone's ever had one of those car shades where you just roll them up into a little circle, and then you undo the two corners and the whole thing just flips out and you can put it on your window. Some of them are kind of like that. Softboxes, you kind of just untwist it and it just pops open. Some of them, however, you have to set it up more kind of like a tent, where you are putting these poles into it to separate the bottom from the top and keep it all in one shape. And those ones take a lot longer to set up. Those are the kind that I have, and I don't really like them. It takes so long to set up. They can get annoying and frustrating, like if you're setting up a tent. So I would recommend trying to get the ones that are really quick to set up. They just open them, they pop open, and they're ready to go. They're ready to be put onto your light. And it just saves a lot of time and a lot of hassle and frustration, especially if you're in a hurry. So look into that if you're getting a softbox. Another thing you might want to consider with softboxes is whether they have double diffusion. Some of them you'll be able to put a sheet of diffusion on the inside, and then you'll be able to put a sheet of diffusion on the outer layer as well. And that'll just soften up the light a lot more. Softboxes that don't come with this option, you can always put diffusion in front of it, but just having it already be a part of the softbox itself kind of saves a bit of time, bit of hassle, so that if you do need that extra diffusion, you can always just attach that second sheet, or you can take it out if all you want is one. So that might be something you want to look into if you're looking for a softbox as well. I would say some of them kind of open like an umbrella. That's what I meant, like an umbrella. Like this one, you can see the middle, kind of just pop it out, and it's kind of like doing an umbrella. And then you shrink it down to the same way. So it's still easy. It just takes a few seconds to do. And it's unlike those other ones that you have to put the poles in yourself manually, kind of like those tent ones that I was talking about. All right, moving on from that, I'm going to talk a little bit about LEDs, and this comes from DSLR Video Shooter, the letter K in the syllabus, I believe. Let me find it. Yeah, 10 things to consider when buying LED lights. Vish, what kind of bulb is this on the LED? This one's the bicolor, the one that Nat was actually mentioning earlier. This is the bicolor LED light where it can switch between daylight or tungsten. So half of the bulbs on this setup, half of the bulbs will be daylight temperature and half of the bulbs will be tungsten temperature. So one thing to consider when you're talking about LEDs, because of this, some of them are made this way. Some of them are made where they can switch, all of them can switch between the color temperatures. So when you're buying them, you have to make sure you know what you're getting, because if it says that, this light is this bright, it can light up this much space, it might be talking about if it has every single light on. And with LEDs, like I was talking about earlier, they're kind of like these tiny little chips. Each little bulb is its own little chip that lights up individually. And so if all of them are lit up at the same time, they're going to have two color temperatures, the tungsten and the daylight. What? Oh, Vish, hold on, let me go back then. This one, Vish?
Yes.
I believe that is an LED light, because if you look in the middle, it's like a big giant chip, and I'll get into that in a minute. It's another thing you want to consider when buying LEDs. But I think it could be like an aperture light. They do a lot of those where it's just one big chip. We actually saw it in an earlier picture, that thing on the front. So that's the difference in LED lights. You can have a single chip LED, which has just one big one that gives off a lot of light. Or you can have a panel kind of like this, or like what we were looking at just a second ago, where it's a bunch of tiny little LED lights that are separate, but when combined, they look as if they were one light when turned on.
I believe these are replacing what they used to call it as a joker or a mini joker or something.
A joker?
Yeah. Like it used to be with a bulb, or something like that, which was very focused.
The Joker used to be a little light that you just popped in.
Oh, gotcha.
A little after kick. Is that what you mean, Vish?
Yes.
Yeah. Like if I wanted to put a little bit more light on here, I'd throw a Joker on the side, just a little pop.
Huh, okay. Yeah, no, I never heard of that. I'll have to look it up.
That's okay. I'm learning about things that I haven't heard of either.
All right, so back to the LEDs. So with LEDs, with these like bicolor ones, when you're looking at how bright they are, if they have this functionality where they can be one or the other, or if they are that RGB one that can have different colored lights, you have to really pay attention to the specifications of what that means. Sometimes it can mean that all of these little individual bulbs can change from daylight to tungsten or back and forth. So all of them can be lit up at the same time and they can all be set to daylight balanced, or they can all be set to tungsten balanced. But if you're buying, especially on the more cheaper end of things, you are going to get these kinds, which are separate. They have every other row has daylight balanced, every other row has tungsten balanced. So if you're trying to only have that tungsten light, that's going to be half of that amount of light getting turned off so that all you have is the tungsten light. Or if you want to do daylight only, then you're going to turn off half of the bulbs, all of those rows of the tungsten light you're going to have to turn off to have just the daylight balanced. It's still going to be pretty bright, but it isn't going to be as bright as you were expecting if you read that it can, brighten up 20 feet from 3 feet away. Well, that's if both every single bulb is turned on at once. And typically when you're talking about color temperatures, most people don't want to mix these two. They don't want to have daylight and tungsten turned on at the same time. You can do it, and some people do it. Some people like the look, but just know that if you're trying to go from one end to the other, it might be cutting off half of that light of whatever that specification said when you're trying to buy it. So that is something to consider. And then with RGB lights, sometimes they'll have it where some of the lights they'll often be, with RGB lights, RGB LEDs, they'll be sort of like this, where they can turn from tungsten to daylight or back and forth, but then they can also do all those different colors we were looking at. Let me see if I can get that picture back. All right, so they can go from tungsten to daylight, or they can do RGB and do any color spectrum. But what it typically is that it has a bunch of individual little LED bulbs on it. And some of them are dedicated to doing the multiple colors. Some of them are dedicated for the tungsten light. Some of them are dedicated for the daylight balance. So if you're trying to get blue light, you're not going to be turning on every single bulb on the panel. Even if you look at this, in fact, you can see there's little gaps. It looks kind of like a little grid on the right. And that's showing that not every bulb is going to be lit up for these colors. As in on the left, if you're just having them be like a daylight or a tungsten balance, you might get a lot more light coming from it. So it's just something to consider when you're talking about these things, because the brightness of these are already not as bright as the other lights you might get, like HMIs especially, or even tungsten lights. But then when you start trying to use only one function of them, if they're claiming they can do a huge amount of versatility and tons of functions, you just want to make sure that you know exactly what you're getting, and that you know that how bright it's actually going to be. And if it is trying to say that it's, you can light up 20 feet when it's fully lit, and half of the bulbs are going to be for tungsten use, half of them are going to be for daylight, then you're like, okay, but it's probably only going to be able to light up around 10 feet when I only use daylight, or, something like that. It won't be exact like that, but it'll be pretty close. So that is something to consider, because the more things it can do, it's going to be more versatile in different situations, but the less, more often than not, the less it's going to have light output for those different function capabilities. Some of these LED lights are going to be these panels just like this, but they're only going to be capable of doing one or the other, daylight or tungsten, and they're not going to be able to do anything else. And that'll mean that every single light will be turned on for that color temperature. So you don't have to worry about those ones. But these ones that can do by color, which can, switch between them, or that even more they can do RGB, there's going to be certain LEDs that are dedicated to that. So you're not going to be using all of them at once for every occasion, because otherwise you'll be mixing a bunch of different color temperatures and it's not going to look right. And so the brightness of the whole thing won't be as bright as what they're claiming on their spec sheet, unless they specifically state how many LEDs it's using and how bright they are when those are lit. I'm just bringing that up because you don't want to get confused by those, because we'll talk about the brightness in a second and what it means. And you don't want to look at that and take it as fact, because if they want to make it seem like the light is better than it is, they're going to use the brightness of all of them turned on, even though for most use cases, you're not going to keep all of them turned on at once if it's something like this on screen, where half of them are for one color, half of them are for another. Then you're only going to be using half the light at one time for the most part. Another thing that you want to think about when you talk about LEDs, I've been talking a lot about how they have these different lights, these different little chips in them that light up, and it's little dip bulbs. You look at the picture, they look like little tiny circles, and it's all over that panel. Don't automatically think that a light that has more LEDs is going to be brighter, because it could be that one of them has 100,000 LEDs and there's little tiny bulbs that look like little circles, and the other one has 50,000. And so you automatically think, oh, well, the 100,000 one is going to be twice as bright. Not necessarily. It could be that the one that has more LEDs, the LEDs are actually dimmer and cheaper LEDs that don't light up as much, that aren't as high of quality. And it could actually be not as bright as the one that has less. So don't look at the LED number and automatically assume that one is going to be brighter than the other, because that's not necessarily the case. It depends on the materials and the way they were made, and the coating that was used over the lights to make it bright and make it shine a certain color. And all of that comes into play with how much light is actually output from those LEDs. Another thing you want to consider when talking about LEDs is their beam angle. We were talking about spotlight. That would be more like on the left. That would be the narrow beam angle, where the angle of the light itself that is displayed outward, it doesn't spread as much as some of these other lights. And some that have a wide beam angle, or it's more of a floodlight, will be more like something on the right, where it's spreading out a lot more. With a floodlight, it'll be softer right when you turn it on. It's going to be softer. It's not going to be as hard of a look as you would get with a narrow beam angle or a spotlight. But with the spotlight or the narrow beam angle, you will get more concentrated light in an area. And you can always add diffusion in front of it to make it spread and make it more of a wide beam angle and give it that softer look. So for filmmaking and for like first lights, most people recommend getting a more powerful narrow beam angle light, more of a spotlight, and then being able to just use some material like diffusion and things like that to make it softer, because it'll just give you more light, more output in one direction. So you'll have a little bit more control than you'd get with a floodlight, where it's kind of like those fluorescents. With the floodlight and the fluorescence being so wide, they're giving out light everywhere. And most of the time, you don't really want light to hit all the way in the background corner or on this thing right here that you're not really wanting to light up. You just want to light up the subject. But because the light is going out everywhere, it's going to go all over the place and light up things you don't really care to light up. So that's where narrow beam angles kind of come into play, where it's a little bit better to have that, to have more control over what's going where and have more control over your light and what is getting lit up. Let me open this picture real quick. Oh, why is it not opening? That's annoying. Anyway, there's also, when you're talking about beam angles, like, of course, if you look at this picture, we're looking at the light and it has a more narrow beam angle. That's going to be that bright yellow spot that's coming out. And that's where the beam angle hits. And then with the light, you're going to also have some spill that goes out the sides. So it's not going to be as bright, which is why it's that dimmer, like darker brownish orange and brownish yellow, I mean, because it's about 50% as bright as the light in front. If you've ever viewed a TV from different angles, if you sat on the couch right in front of it, you'll notice that it's brighter, the colors are more vibrant. And if you look at it off to the side when you get up to go get a drink or something, you'll notice that you can't really tell what's going on as well. It's a lot darker, the colors are different. And then when you sit down right in front of it, it's a lot brighter and better. And that's because of the beam angle of that TV. It's made so people sit in front of it and watch. Same thing with lights. They're made so that the light goes in a certain direction. So that doesn't mean no light will come off those sides. It just means the main amount of that light, the main quality of light will be going out to that angle. So this one has like this angle where the yellow part is maybe like, let's say 45 degrees. And so it's spreading most of the quality of light in 45 degrees. And then it's having a little bit of what's called spill, which is just a little bit of darker light going off the sides. So that is where also when you get into these floodlights, they are made to have that angle be very wide and have the light spread out. So the quality of its light will be going out everywhere. And it's also going to have spill on each side, where even more light spreading off to different directions than where the angle is supposed to be. So it'll have light going off to the left and right of the thing, and it won't be as bright, but it'll still be a lot more spill than you'd get with a narrower beam angle. Does that make sense, everybody? So you can see, like with a spotlight, with that narrower beam angle, it's really shining that light brightly in that one spot on the wall and part of the ground leading up to it. With the floodlight, it's going all over the place. It's lighting up almost the entire scene. And so again, if you're really getting into lighting, it's probably good to have both of these because they're different use cases. But when you're just starting out and you just want to get one light, that spotlight might be better because you can always put a sheet of diffusion in front of it, and that's going to spread whatever it hits farther out, making it look more like the picture above. So that's the difference. Narrow beam angles on the bottom, wide beam angles on the top.
It's interesting. I was thinking just the opposite. So if you got a floodlight and you put barn doors on it, you could take away all the other light and just spot it down, but you still have the option. So I was just thinking the opposite. They both work great, but it's interesting. You went at it. If you have the spot, you can diffuse it, and I was thinking if you have the flood, you can barn door it.
That is true. And that is also true, especially if you just want to buy a light and you don't want to have to worry about other materials and things, then a floodlight might be better for you because you do have that option to add a barn door to it. And those barn doors are just like those black little metal things that you put on the sides of the light where you can shape it and make it more spotty. The reason why I've heard more people talk about getting the spotlight instead is because it's sending more amount of light to the front. So you'll have more light. It'll be brighter than it would be for the other light. But that is true, like especially if you just want to buy one thing, you don't have to worry about getting diffusion, getting a stand for that diffusion, and getting a stand for the light and the light. You just want to buy a light, barn doors. You can also shape light that way. So it's not like, again, a lot of this stuff is subjective, but that's a really good point to be made is like, you can find different ways to get the same outcome. It's just you're going to have to use different tools to get it done.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for adding that. Okay, so So back to this, it's just like that's the multi-chip ones where it has tons of different little chips. If we looked at them, they would be those little yellow chips like you see right here. It's just really, really small. So you can't really tell unless you really zoom in or you really look close at one of these. But each little bulb, those little tiny circles, those are the coatings that you put around it. Each of those will have a little tiny chip on the inside of it that lights up when it gets electricity, and that's how LEDs work. So multi-chip will have a bunch of different lights, little tiny bulbs that spread outward and cover the entire light. And a single chip will just have one single large chip. I think it's actually made up of tiny chips on the inside or something like that, but I'm not exactly sure. But basically to us, it's going to look like one big light source. And it's going to be, it generally has more light output than you'll get from something like one of these that has a bunch of different tiny LED lights, LED chips. So the ones that are single chip, they'll be brighter. And if they are shaped like this, they are made for film or for a theater. So they have a bit more options for different things you can connect to them. Like I was saying earlier, you can connect soft boxes, a Fresnel lamp, I'm not sure what the name of it is, but it's kind of like a little bowl that you put over it that spreads the light and helps it to go in a direction more like a tungsten light would. You have different options like that when you're buying something like this.
That's called a snoot.
A snoot. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. We already talked about RGB. Something to just keep in mind again. I'm just going to touch back on this one more time. Is that the RGB, when they have that capability, it usually means that some of the lights, some of the LEDs are dedicated for that color scheme, while the other ones are dedicated just for the brightness or the daylight or tungsten balanced light. So not all of them will be able to be lit up for that color. So you're not, if you're doing a color with it, you want to have one color, it is not going to be as bright as it would be if you were lighting up the entire panel in daylight or tungsten light. So just keep that in mind because most of them are built that way, where separate LEDs do separate things. There's the barn doors that we were talking about. So that's a way you can shape that light, make it more spotlight, make it go in the directions you want. If it's going to the right and you don't want it to go to the right, then you just use that barn door on the right and you kind of shove it in a bit. So you shape that light to make it stop going as much to the right. So it's just like putting a frame around your light and telling it where it can go. And there's different versions of these. I've seen some that are a little bit more round and some are a bit bigger and wider. So you have to look into which kind you want. But most LEDs have the capability of attaching some of these to it. So if you do get one of these panels, there's usually, soft boxes and these barn doors that can be attached to it as well. They just usually won't be as bright as the single chip ones that we looked at earlier. And then like this, the softbox. So attaching a softbox to it, LED light panel. Some of them already come with it in a kit. I think we saw that earlier. Where you can get a kit, something like this maybe, where it comes with the bags, the stands, the little remote to control it, and the soft boxes that can attach to it. So you might want to look into that as well. There's a lot of kits that if you buy it all together, it's going to be a lot cheaper than buying the individual pieces separately, especially if it's one of your first purchases for a light. So I would check that out because you might get some good deals. But just be sure to check out what that light is actually capable of and that you're not getting something and expecting it to be different than what it is, which we'll get into just now.
If you'll excuse me, I got to cut out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate all your input.
No, you guys are great, and what you cover is amazing, and so I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Hey, good night.
Night.
All right, CRI we already talked about in the last semester, but I'm just going to briefly touch on that again as well. CRI is the color rendering index, and it just shows how accurate the colors are going to be represented under that light. One of the big problems with LEDs is that they tend to give off a more green hue. You can look in the pictures below. A cheaper LED will give off something like that on the right, making your character look a little more sickly. It'll be a little bit harder to get some natural looking light that looks well, and you'll have to do a bit more work to get it to look normal. And sometimes you really can't get it to look exactly right because it just doesn't look right. So even if you mess with some color gels and things like that, it's not going to look the same as if you just bought a light that already looked good from the start with a high CRI rating. Ones on the left, they say is the most natural, and I see it, but I also think it's a bit too red. Some lights can go a little bit too far on the magenta side, where they are looking a bit more red, reddish purple, or just red. Or some can go more on the green side where they're looking more green, and it makes your characters look a little more sickly and things like that. So the lower the CRI rating, or if the light doesn't have a rating for that at all, it probably means it's going to be low, and it means that it might look something like the one on the right, where it's just not going to look as good as something else that tries to represent those colors really well. It's not just for LEDs, it's also for any other light you get. CRI ratings are going to be on a lot of lights, especially the higher end ones. And they try to get as close as they can to 100. 100 is the best score. The sun has a CRI rating of 100 because that's how we see all the colors in our world. And so everything is trying to match the sun to get it as accurate as how the sun makes the colors look as possible. And so they take these different color samples and they test them in a certain lighting condition, and then they come up with their number for their CRI. And the closer it is to 100, the better. And the lower it is, the worse. Hold on. Before I keep going in CRI, I was just going to mention some last things that you might want to look at if you're talking about LEDs. Battery and the power options, something you want to think about, like what kind of batteries does the thing use and how long will it last at a full charge or with full battery charge? Does it have an option to plug into a wall? Some of them are battery operated only, but if you can plug it into a wall, it's good, especially for studio situations where you don't really want to use batteries. You can just plug it into an outlet and let it run all day. So those are some things to consider, as well as all the rest that we went over. And then the other thing to think about is just like the features that it might give off. Does it have an LCD screen for the options? I think we saw that in that picture. On the back, it has that little LCD screen that's saying what color temperature it's at, how much light it's giving off, those kinds of things. That can make it a little bit easier just to quickly see what the light is doing. So you don't have to especially so you don't have to do it by eye. You can know exactly what you're setting it to. And it has those little knobs and things like that. So those are just like little bonus features to have on a LED. Then there's the other stuff like can it dim? Dimming is on most LEDs now, I believe, but on the cheaper end, you might not find it. So having a dimmable one is always good because you want to make sure that the more control you have over the light, the better. And if you dim it a little bit, if it's too bright, if it's overexposing your subject, you want to be able to just dim it down by switching a knob a little bit to the left and bringing the overall exposure down a bit. And then like the color temperature stuff and the RGB and all of that is also something you might want to consider. Yeah, so that was it. I was sorry, I forgot to go over that. All right, back to CRI, color rendering index. So the color rendering index, it actually just takes samples from 8 different colors, the ones on top, and it comes up with that number by averaging how close it got to those colors, pretty much. I don't know exactly how it works, but basically it just takes those color samples, puts them under a certain lighting condition, and then tries to see how accurately it represents that color, and then they rate it based on that. And then you have R9 through R15. So the CRI will be R1 through R8, and that'll show how well it did at getting those colors correct. And then the light, you'll also have tests for R9 through R15, which show like how well it did with red, yellow, green, blue, and those other colors, like those really bright colors. The main one that a lot of people say you want to look at is R9, because R9 is red, and that will show how accurately it can represent skin tone. So you, if you're shooting a lot of people and things like that, you definitely want to make sure that the R9 rating on the light is high, because the higher it is, the more accurately it can represent skin tone, and it won't look as dead, and you won't have to do as much work to up the reds later, and it'll look more natural. You can see the picture on the bottom. If you have a high CRI and a high R9, it'll be a little bit more red and a little bit more, it has a little bit more life to it. The oranges are a little bit more prominent, and the different colors of oranges can be seen a lot better. The apples are a lot more vibrant red. The one on the right, if you look at it, her skin's a little more dead looking. The apple, it's not as bright and vibrant. The 2 oranges at the bottom, they're not as orange. So it's kind of hard to tell the difference between them and if that's lemons or if that's other oranges or whatever fruit that is. You can tell the difference on the picture on the left, but on the right, they're all very similar colored. And then the apples themselves on the bottom picture, they don't look as vibrant and red as they would if you had a better number, better score for the light. There's also another rating that you might see on lights called the TLCI rating. And that is the Television Lighting Consistency Index. So pretty much they do the same thing. They're both made to try to see how accurately the light can reproduce the colors under that light, and how accurate it gets to those colors, that color scheme. The difference being CRI is made more for how our eyes see light, and the TLCI rating is based specifically for how the camera will see light, will see color, I mean. So the TLCI is basically made specifically for filmmaking and any kind of television in mind, whereas the CRI is based on like what will really be seen on set if you were looking at it in real life when the light turns on. Whereas the TLCI is what the camera will see it as when the light turns on. The TLCI looks at more colors too. I think it's like the TLCI looks at 24 colors to do its sample test, whereas the CRI will only use 8. And so it's technically supposed to be more accurate if the number is higher. TLCI is typically considered better, a better rating. It does the same thing. It goes from 0 to 100, with 100 being perfect, 0 being complete garbage, and everything in between. So CRI, TLCI, the higher they are, the better. You always want them to be as close to 100 as possible. You're not really going to find ones that are 100, and you're not really going to find ones that are 99, but you should look for ones that are at least like 85 to 90 or above if you want to have good color accuracy when you're turning those lights on. Again, if the light you're buying doesn't have a CRI or TLCI rating at all, that means they either didn't test it or they did test it, but it did so bad that they don't care to put it on their sales pitch pretty much. They don't want to put it in the specifications of the product, which means it didn't do well. So either if they don't care to perform the test, then they pretty much know that it's not going to perform very well. Or if they did do the test and they don't want to show it, then that means it didn't perform well. Either way, it's not going to really have a high CRI rating, most likely, if you don't find that when you're trying to buy it. A TLCI rating, however, if it doesn't have that, it's not as big of a deal because still a lot of lights, even some studio lights and things like that, they still use a CRI rating, and not everything will use TLCI. So if it's missing that, you don't have to worry too much. As long as the CRI rating is high, it should perform pretty well. But if it has TLCI, it's even better. And that means it's specifically made with filmmaking in mind, photography in mind, and television in mind. So if it does have that rating and it is high, that is even better, and means that they took the time to look at that. And if it has both, if it has CRI and TLCI, that's the best thing. If they're both high, that's even better. That means the light's going to accurately reflect colors for the most part. These are just equations, though. The way they get to those numbers is by like adding them all up and then dividing it by how well they did, pretty much. So they might not be don't just go off of them. Don't say, oh, they have a rating of 99 each. Well, then this light's perfect. Doesn't necessarily mean that it will be, because they are using specific lighting conditions. So maybe in those lighting conditions, it was the best. And then in other ones, it might not be as good. For the most part, you won't have to worry about that, but it is something to consider. You do want to have these ratings, and you do want to see that they've done the tests, and you do want to see that they are done well and that they have a high rating. But don't assume that a high rating means that the light is perfect, because that's not necessarily going to be the case, especially depending on the brand, the cost, and other factors that go into these kinds of things. Anyone have any questions or comments so far?
You got more to cover on lighting?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just seeing if anyone has any comments so far or questions, since I've gone over quite a bit.
See what. So you got the LED panels, and then you have the single chip ones.
Mhm.
And in my opinion, like I have both. It seems to me like these new LEDs are taking over pretty much. I'm coming from an era where it was like you had the Airy kit, the Pepper kit, the Lowell kits and stuff, and those are more and more they're being more replaced, because I've been on bigger sets and I've seen LED panels, and I've seen the single chip ones, the apertures. I've seen those too, and it looks like they're kind of taking over. Everything you said about the LED panels was good. It's just me personally, if you had to ask like which one I would recommend, me personally, I would just go for the single chips.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you said, they offer more power. And me personally, like I just think they're amazing. Like I have the ones I have are pretty awesome. But the LED panels are more, the 4x4 LEDs, the RGB ones, those are more affordable in my opinion. Like if you wanted to, but in my opinion, those are best for indoor. Like they're not really good for outdoor lighting outdoor scenes, just because they're not, like you said, they're not as strong as the single chip aperture ones. So which is cool. Like I've actually used them. They do come in handy. So I'm not saying don't get them, but like you can get those LED ones, those 4x4 RGBs for, I think they go for like 70, like single, like just the light itself is like $70 or under $70. They're not expensive, under $100. So you can get 3, and you have pretty much everything you need to do a 3-point lighting setup, as opposed to the single chip ones, which are a little bit more expensive. Those go for like $140 to $200 each. But me personally, like if you ask me which one is better for your setup, I would definitely go with the single chip, just because they put out a stronger light. However, I haven't seen any single chip ones that are RGB colored. They're mainly bi-colored, so it's daylight and tungsten, which is fine for me because I can just put a gel over everything. But the RGB ones are nice to have as well. Like you had mentioned, they do go through a wide spectrum of colors, red, blue, and green, purple, and yellow and stuff. But it's usually, like you had mentioned about the weaker putting out a weaker light. It puts out a weaker light with the actual colors. So if you switch it on, daylight, so like you were saying about the light having, they'll tell you, it will be on the branding, like what the output of the light is. And it'll tell you like a minimum or a maximum. And then the maximum being the brightest it can get without using any colors. And then the minimum was pretty much explaining how bright it can get using those colors. So because there's 2 different modes. There's RGB mode, which is actual colors. And then there's the bicolor, which is just the 2 color temperatures, which is tungsten and in daylight. So there's 2 different settings on usually. And then there's the ones that only do the bicolor, which those usually are a little bit more cheaper just because they don't have the color option for them. But yeah, that's normally what it's talking about. But if you're not sure, like there's like hundreds nowadays, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of reviews just from YouTubers and professionals who go and review these lights and put all the specs on everything. So like if you're not sure which light to go with, you can easily go and YouTube it. And if you see a model that you're interested in, you can go on YouTube, and I guarantee you there's a review on it that tells you the ups and downs of it. So yeah, that's all I can say about it.
Yeah, and I agree, because you always, like with anything, you always want to review it, because like I was saying, especially with these like RCI and these TLCI ratings where they're talking about how accurate the colors are, you will be able to go on YouTube and find a review of that specific light, and they're going, well, they might be looking at exactly the color accuracy and being like, well, I did it in this lighting condition, I did it in that lighting condition, and I would say that it works well when it's like this. But and it's like what Brian was saying about indoor versus outdoor, and they might say like, yeah, it worked well with the colors when it was outside, but when I brought it inside, the color scheme just changed and I didn't have any lights on, so I don't know what the problem was, but blah, 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 blah. And they'll go over a little more detail. So every time you're looking into buying a light, any kind of equipment, especially film equipment, because it's so expensive, just YouTube will probably have that exact piece of equipment reviewed by multiple people, and they'll go in depth more than anybody else can, because you're looking at that specific piece of equipment. So they'll do the review of that exact thing and, what it's capable of and what it can't do, what it claims to do, and what it falls short on or what it excels at. So you always want to like look up these videos and research it. Even after you've researched it and found the light that you want, just do one extra bit of research. Go on YouTube, type in that exact light model or that exact piece of equipment and gear. Watch a review or 2 on it. Don't just read them, watch it. They'll show you what it does on the video. So it's a lot easier to like see what these things are capable of now that YouTube has all these people reviewing every piece of gear out there, because that's how their channel grows. So definitely I would absolutely agree with that. Definitely always check it out no matter what, even though you know all these things, even after you learn all these indicators and these specifications and how these lights work and what this stuff means. Just go on YouTube, do a review of that gear before you buy it. Make sure that it looks the way you're thinking and that the reviewer agrees with all these things that you had in your head about what it's going to look like or what it's going to be like. And then you can decide on making your final purchase for that item after you do that. But don't just rely on the specifications, because just like with these color indexes and all these things, they were done under certain conditions and they were done by the people trying to sell the thing to you. So, not saying that they're lying, but just saying that there's certain qualities that they put it under to make sure that it's working in a different way than you might get in everyday situations. So that's something to always consider with any kind of gear.
I would like to add that these LED lights have gone so sophisticated, because they're controlled by the chips.
Mhm.
And I saw some LED lights where it will kind of mimic the objects like the police flash, the lights, right?
Mhm.
The red and the blue, and then the traffic light. It will try to give those lights out. It's all programmed by some sort of buttons that you can program to, so you get really nice effects from the lights on people's face, or somebody standing next to the road, and then they have these different lights.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, definitely. We have we actually saw that when we were talking about special effects lighting last semester, everybody. We were talking about a lot of them were basically just as LED lights Vish is talking about. There's some of them will have the capability of doing like fire mode where it looks like a fire, TV mode where it looks like TV, the police mode, like you said, or other kinds of sirens and like lights where it's flashing at certain preset times so that it looks like those different functionalities. So that is also something to consider for like special extra.
So also what is happening is that the LED technology has advanced so much that for single pixel or single light, they would have 5 different LEDs there. Right, they're all so tiny that one bulb will have 5 different ones. One would be for the red, green, and blue, and then there would one for tungsten and one for fluorescent kind of thing. So they have like a daylight, temperature covered for all the different applications. Those are very expensive, but they're all controlled by the dimmers and whatnot, right? But those options are there, which was earlier not there in the other lights that we were depending more on the gels and whatnot. But this one seems to be doing all that in a single light.
Nice.
But expensive at the same time.
Right. And so it would be more like Vish is talking about is something like it'd be like this, but every bulb, those little circles that you guys see, would all have multiple LED chips inside of them, like you said, where they can do those different functions inside that same area. So those little bulbs that we see can change from being different color temperatures. And that is where you would get the entire panel being able to be daylight or tungsten, or like you said, sometimes they have also RGB capabilities inside of them, inside the same little bulbs. And so on the more expensive end, which they are more expensive to get something like that, but that would allow the entire light, every single bulb, to light up to whatever color you want or whatever color temperature you want, compared to something like what's actually on screen right here on the cheaper end, where they have separate chips in these separate bulbs that have those separate colors. So always consider that as well whenever you're buying an LED light like that, if you're trying to get the bicolor or RGB and bicolor lights. Some of them will have half the bulbs dedicated to one thing or the other. Some of them will have some dedicated to daylight, some dedicated to tungsten, and then some dedicated to RGB. And then some on the more expensive end will have every single bulb be able to do all of those functions because they have those different chips in that one bulb. So you can switch between them pretty much. All right, so moving on from that, when we're talking about any kind of light, you're gonna hear watts. You're gonna hear how much watts that light takes. And a lot of people will equate wattage to brightness, and that's not really what it is. Watts or wattage in lights, it's just gonna tell you how much energy consumption that light takes to power, how much voltage it needs, wattage it needs, to light up, how much energy it needs. It's important for filmmaking because you never want to overload a circuit because it could blow out your lights or cause an electrical outage or a fire if you overload it. If you've ever plugged too many things into your outlet, tried to have your microwave and your fridge and whatever, your TV all plugged into the same outlet for whatever reason, you'll know that it causes a problem. That's because each outlet or a group of outlets is connected to a certain electricity circuit where it's going back to that board, and it has a certain amount of voltage that it's able to send out. So the more wattage that your lights need, the more voltage or the more electricity it's using. And if you're using especially something like HMIs, which use a bunch of wattage, then a bunch of power, you don't want to plug too many of them into one light or one circuit because you could break it, you could blow it out, or you could cause a fire, and it could be a safety hazard. So you always want to know what the wattage is of your lights and make sure that wherever you're using them, if you're going to use them in your house, just make sure your house is able to handle something that big. With HMIs, especially the larger you get, you might have to get a separate generator. Even if you have electricity on set, you might have to get a generator just to power the HMIs. And when you do that, you also want to make sure that your generator can handle the HMI light. So you have to make sure it can handle however much wattage it needs. So that is really what wattage is. It's about how much electricity the thing uses, not about how bright the thing can get. Now, you think about it like that usually because the more wattage that a light uses, typically it means it needs more power to be brighter. HMIs use up a lot of power because they give off a lot of light. They're very big in the way they work. They need a lot of power to power up all that light. But you can also have LEDs, which can give off the same amount of luminance as something like a fluorescent light, but use a lot less wattage, a lot less power. So it's not always the case. Just because you have more watts doesn't mean you're going to have a brighter light. If you ever go shopping for light bulbs, you can see that when you get the LED light bulbs, they're going to be a lot more efficient. They're going to use up less energy to get that same amount of brightness as whatever the other light bulbs are called. So with LED lights, they don't really consume a lot of power. That's another reason they're used. And why they're starting to take over. They don't use as much power as a lot of these other lights. So generally, you don't really have to worry about them unless you're trying to plug in, like 20 different lights into one outlet, then you might have to start worrying. But if you have a general amount, you should typically be good. You should always check it just to be sure. But LEDs don't use up too much power. So generally speaking, they're not going to overload anything and you're going to be fine. But like I said, if you're buying something like HMI or tungsten lights that use up more power, Just make sure that whatever you're using, whatever you're plugging it into, can handle it, and that you're not overloading it. You're not plugging in too much to that same outlet or that same circuit where it could be a safety issue or a problem. Beyond just that, higher wattage means that you're spending more on energy. So if you're on a set for 4 weeks and you're using more energy, you're just going to be paying more for an electric bill. So, or just if you're using them in your house, you want to try to like save on that if you can. Obviously, getting the kind of light that you want to make the quality that you want is more important. But beyond that, it just saves you more money when you have less power being consumed. So you also want to look at that. Luminous efficacy is what it's called. It's the ratio of the visible energy to the power that goes into the bulb. And so you'll see that some bulbs, some lights, they take a lot more power but don't give off as much light. And some bulbs will take a lot less power but give off a lot more light. So they'll be more efficient, or they'll have more luminous efficacy if they take less power to light up more of the space, to give off more light. And that's all that means. So if you ever hear that, it just means it's more efficient. It uses less energy and gives off more light with that energy compared to other lights. Moving on from that, some of this stuff is from a channel called Pull My Focus. That is going to be the letter O in the syllabus. Lux and Lumens explained how they can help inherit when buying lights. So we're going to talk about all these things which have to do with how bright the light is going to be. So there's a few different terms that go into this, which change and depend on what you are looking for. Lumens and what's called candelas, they reveal the total light output. So you have a light, you have the lumens that come out of it. That's how much light is being spread across the area just from the light itself. You know, the light bulb will maybe shoot out 60 lumens, let's say. I mean, it's a lot more than that, but just to give an example, it'd shoot out 60 lumens. That doesn't mean that when it hits your subject, it's going to be 60 lumens bright. It just means that from the light itself, that's how much light it's giving off. It's spreading out in different directions. So that's why for filmmaking especially, we need a different term. Luminous flux is what's lumens. So if you hear those are the same thing. Luminous flux just means basically it's like if you were able to see the different lights, photons in the air, that's what that would be. Lumens would be these little tiny lights that you see actually floating in the air. Our eyes can't perceive that because light, just like sound, we can't really hear or see the sound waves, but we know that they're there. Just like with that, light has separated little tiny lights that are coming out of it, but to us it looks like one thing, one continuous light stream, I guess. So luminous flux and lumens is what's coming out of the light. For filmmaking, we really want to pay attention to what is hitting the subject. That's where lux or foot candles will reveal the illuminance of the subject. So that's the light that's hitting that subject, and it's called lux. And a light, when you're buying studio lights, they'll usually tell you what the lux is. Lumens is good to know how bright that light can give off. But like we were looking at earlier with the beam angles, if you have a very wide beam angle and the light is going all over the place, it could give off 10,000 lumens. But if half of them are going off to the right and left, and only half of them are going to the front, then you're not going to have 10,000 lumens of brightness on the subject. If you put them in front of it, you're only going to have about 5,000 or something like that. It's basically how it works. Lumens just means that's how much is coming out of the light, but it's getting spread in all different directions depending on what light you get. So the lux is going to tell you how much of that light is hitting the subject. Generally, you're going to see lux listed when you're going to purchase a light. In the listings, you should also see a measurement of distance, because without that, then it doesn't really matter. Because obviously, if I have a subject that is 1 inch away from the light, a lot more of that light is going to be on the subject whenever the light turns on. If I take that subject and put him 80 feet away, maybe none of that light is going to hit him, maybe a tiny bit of it, but it doesn't really have the same amount of light hitting the subject, depending on if he's really, really close or if he's farther away. So all the listings will need some kind of distance. A lot of them do it by like 0.5 meter or 2 meters. And I think 0.5 meter is about, what is it, about 3 feet? I have it somewhere. Oh, 3 feet, around 3 feet or 3.5 feet is about 1 meter. So for everyone living in the US, it's about 3 feet. They usually use that as a measurement, or they use about 1.5 feet or 0.5 meter distances to show you how far away the subject was and how much light was hitting it when they were that distance away. So basically, you'll see that the lux is saying from 3 feet away, this is how much light was on the subject when we turned on the light. And that's important to know, because you want to know how much light is going to hit your subject when you have it farther away, because obviously you don't want the light in camera, and you want to make sure it's far enough away to where you can do a wide shot, a close shot, an extreme shot, extreme close up, whatever. So you want to make sure that the light can, be farther away and still give off enough light on your subject to light them up for the scene. So you want to look at the lux rating and see how far away it was when they did it, and then see how bright that light actually is. It doesn't matter what the lumens is. You can see the lumens listed, but for filmmaking, it doesn't matter to us. Lumens is like, if you want to, more so for like, if you're buying lights for your house, if you're buying lights to light up an area, then you want to know the lumens, because you want to know how bright that thing is going to be. But for us, for filmmaking, we want to know how much light is hitting that subject and from how far away that subject is, so we can see how bright it's going to make our subject, and if it's going to do what we're wanting it to, so it exposes them well. If you ever see, I haven't really noticed this anywhere when I'm looking at any lights, but there is a equation to do if it shows foot candles, but it doesn't show the lux. The lux is really the general one that it uses, the one that's used most often. But if it only has one FC, or if it has a number with FC, or if it spells out the entire thing saying foot candle, basically that would be 10.76 lux. So you would just multiply it by 10.76 and you would get the amount of lux that the light is capable of doing. Like I said, on most listings, they're going to have the lux already listed. I haven't really run into the issue of finding one that has a foot candle only. Usually it shows both, or it just shows lux. So you don't really have to worry about that as much. But there is an equation if you need it, so that you can figure out how bright it's going to make your subject. So if lumens is the only thing listed, it's a bit harder on a light, because you don't really know what that light's going to do, especially the farther away you take it from a subject. Because like I said, lumens is just how much is coming out of the light. Makes it a bit harder to tell what it's going to do to the subject and how much it's going to light up different areas. So if it only has lumens listed, it might say that it's brighter than another light that you're looking at, but you won't really be able to tell until you actually get it. So if you're able to, you might want to like rent it or check it out on YouTube or something to see how bright it actually makes subjects, how bright it actually makes the things appear compared to just going off of the lumens, because the lumens isn't really going to tell you much when it comes to filmmaking. Antonio, the optometrist, his YouTube channel, letter Q in the syllabus. He explains this stuff really well. He goes over it very easily and it makes a lot more sense. If you're not understanding what I'm talking about, he goes over it, shows examples, like video examples while he's doing it. So if it's not making sense to you, I would recommend checking out that video as well. So because of the way Lux works, right? Because it works from how far away the subject is, when you are comparing two different lights that you might want to buy, and you are trying to get the brightest option that you can, if you have two lights that are measured at around 3 feet or 3.5 feet to 1 meter, it's somewhere around there. It's like 3 point something feet will equal 1 meter. But if you have two lights that are compared at the same distance, then you can just go with the lux value that is larger, because that means that that light will be brighter for you for filmmaking. But if you have one light that's measured at around 3 feet or 1 meter, and let's say it has a lux of 12,000, so it has 12,000 lux for the first light, but it's measured at 3 feet away or 1 meter. And then you have another light that's measured at 1.5 feet or 0.5 meters away, and it has a lux value of 13,000. Well, then you don't just want to say, well, the lux value says 13,000 for the second light, means it's going to be brighter and I'm going to buy it, because that light was measured at half the distance. So the subject was a lot closer than the other light. It probably means the other light is going to be a lot brighter because it was measured farther away, and it still was almost as much lux as the other light. So when you're comparing two lights and you're going for brightness, what you typically want to do, because you can always cut down brightness, you can always take away some of that, how bright the light is, by adding different, the barn doors and adding different diffusion materials and different other things to make it take down some of that light. If you want to have bright lights so that you have more options, going for the higher lux value just based off lux alone, the number, isn't always what to do. You have to also think about how far away it was taken, how far away the distance was. The closer the distance was taken at, then that means if you have one that's taken from farther away and it's almost as high, if the lux value is almost as high, but it was taken at double the distance, that one's probably going to be a lot brighter than the one that was taken at half distance, but has a higher lux value, because the lux value is just based on that distance. It has that lux value. It has that amount of light hitting the subject because it was 1 feet away, compared to if it was 2 feet away. Now it has half of it, or somewhere around that, less amount of light hitting the subject. So it's a bit of math, but you definitely want to look into that, especially if you're looking into buying any kind of light. And if you need more light, you need a better lux value, but you also need to make sure that you are comparing them fairly. If you're comparing 2 or 3 or 4 different lights, you want to make sure that you're taking into account the distance that that value was taken at. Another thing you might hear when you're talking about light is nits. You might see the nits value, and that's called luminance, which don't get that confused with illuminance. Illuminance is lux, luminance is nits. So it's a bit annoying because it all sounds very familiar. I mean, very similar. But what nits is basically, if you look at the picture, Lumens is up here, top left. That's what's coming out of the light. Lux is what is hitting that subject. So that's the amount of light that actually gets to this area where the rest of the light is spreading out in other directions. And nits, or the luminance, is what is getting reflected back into the person's eye or the camera. So it's what the camera's seeing or what our eyes are seeing, how bright that it looks to those things. So some will have nits that will say like, you know, the nits value will be very low while the lux will be high. Well, that just means that it might not look as bright to the camera or your eyes as it looks to the actual subject or whatever was taken, wherever the lux value was taken from. Nits just means it's talking about how bright or how much light is going into the person's eye or the camera from that spot that was taken the lux value from. I haven't heard as much information on nits, so I'm not as familiar with it, but I know most lights just go with a lux value because we want to make sure that the subject is getting lit up. Nits, I think it's also important, but I haven't seen it as much as I have with like lux. So if you want to look more into that, I would suggest doing that, but just make sure that at least the lux value is good because you want to make sure that you're getting your subject lit up, if nothing else. So here's another thing showing like the difference between lumens and lux. If you're talking about those two things, the source light is 1,000 lumens. So it's giving off 1,000 lumens of light. It's shining down, but as you see, most of that beam angle is going straight down in that center, and it's having about 1,000 lux in that little center. But then it only has 100 lux on the outer skirts of that circle, on the more of like that spill side of the light. So that's where the lux is like going to be different. You're going to, the farther away you get, the less the lux value will be because it's going to start spilling and spreading a lot farther out. And that is where you'll get that difference of just because the lumens is very bright does not mean that it's going to hit that subject with all of that light. And it doesn't mean it's going to light up your subject and make them a lot brighter. Even if the lumens value is crazy high, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's good at lighting your subject. That's where the lux value comes in. All right, so some other things to consider when we're talking about lights and what to look for in different ones. It's just what it's made out of. Is it made out of plastic and easily breakable materials, or is it made out of metals and things like that? And is it more durable? That's one thing that tungsten lights have very well. They have pretty sturdy materials where they're easy to fix, and it's easy to open it up and see inside all the parts if you need to replace anything. Whereas HMIs are a lot more complicated. They're made a lot differently. They're still very sturdy, and they're still very easy to, they're still very durable, I mean, and made out of good materials, but they are a lot more complicated on the inside. So they're not as easy to replace parts, and they're not as easy to fix if they have something messing up with them. LEDs, they're a bit harder to access because you're going to have to unscrew the whole panel to open it up for the most part. So if one piece is not working, you have to take a lot more time to open it up and see it. And it might look like a motherboard in there where it's kind of confusing and has a lot of different pieces and tiny little, especially because it has tiny little pieces. So maybe one LED burns out and you're going to have to open the whole thing up just to take that one LED and replace it. Those LEDs are really small, so it'll just be a bit harder to fix and repair. Also with LEDs, the cheaper end, you have a lot more plastics used. You have a lot more cheaper materials, cheaper coatings over the lights. And so those can affect the quality of the light a bit, but also if you drop it or anything like that, if it's made out of plastic, it's just going to be easier to break, and it's just easier to fall over in the first place because it's so light. big, huge gust of wind comes over, it's more likely that that might fall over than something that's a bit heavier and holding that stand down a bit more. So you definitely want to look at the materials that these things are made out of and get something that, whatever you can afford, obviously, but then after that, you want to look for something that's going to be a bit more durable and that's going to last. And if you drop it on the ground, it's not going to break. Same thing with all these other pieces of equipment. Another thing you want to think about with your lights is just how loud is it going to be? How much noise does it give off? Some of them have fans built in, which can get quite loud. If you think about computers, if you've ever had multiple computers, you'll know that some of them have very quiet fans, some of them have very loud ones. If you've ever had a laptop, you'll know they usually get a very loud fan going when they start heating up, compared to something more like a desktop that has a bit more space and a bit more room. They're a bit quieter unless you get a really big setup, I guess. Same thing with the light. Some of them will have it built to where the light doesn't heat up as much, or it has a really quiet fan that works really well and it's more efficient. And some of them will just have the fan that blows really loudly. Other than that, you might have something like fluorescence and fluorescent lights. If you've ever gone into a hospital or something like that, or an office space, you can often hear a little tiny bit of a buzzing. That's just coming from the lights from the ceiling. And so those give off quite a bit of noise. So the lights themselves can give off noise for how they work. So that's also something you might want to consider and look into and make sure whatever you're getting. Again, this is where it comes down to looking at the reviews of that gear. After you've figured out kind of what you want, you've narrowed it down, you look at it online and you see what the reviews say. They'll tell you if it starts getting loud. They'll tell you if it's, something that you weren't expecting happens. They'll let you know because they've tested them under extreme conditions and things like that. And then, like some LEDs are noisier than others. Some are a lot less bright than others. And that's where you're going to have a lot of these lux and all these things come in. If you're talking about brightness, that's where you want to look and see and compare the differences between how far away it was and what the lux value is for that light. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or anything to add for lights before I move on to light meters? I'm talking about stops of light with light meters.
Let's see. So for people that are on a budget, I use that term, or people just don't have enough money to afford some of these production lights. Walmart is an option. Walmart is an option. They have what are those work lights, the Dell Watts in the those big, not big, but those halogen construction lights. Those are great. It's just that they're not intended for film production use, but they do make lights that produce a large amount of light that fills the room up, which is at the end of the day, that's the intent to light something. Nowadays, like when I first started out, we had the I would get like a couple of those because like I said before, before the LEDs came around, we just had the Hmi kits, which are tungsten based. We really didn't have the Hmi kits and the Lowell kits and the Kino flows were our option for daylight. But like if you wanted daylight back in the day, like you had you just get like a smaller light and put a gel on it to get that cooler color temperature. But now we have LEDs which naturally produce daylight color temperature. And before, like I said about Walmart, they had the work lights, which were more of a tungsten color. But now, like you can go and you can get you a work light for like $20 that you can get in your you could choose the difference between they have LED which puts out a more of a daylight color temperature, and then they have ones that are the traditional tungsten ones, and they still make the halogen ones. The halogen ones are very hot, and they but most production lights get hot anyway, so there's really no big difference. But for people that are just can't afford production lights, you can easily go to Walmart and get you some work lights or clamp lights. That's what I did when I first started out. Like I had I just started buying those little clamp lights that the little lights with the clamps. You just put a light bulb in there, and it has like a little ring, a little dome ring that throws a light in a certain direction.
Mhm.
And then I had a collection of those and a couple of those work lights for the stronger lights. And eventually I started replacing those with production lights and whatnot. But like if money's an issue, you could always go to Walmart and then now, like going to Walmart now, like because I still go to Walmart to look just to see what they got going on. And
Mhm.
There's actually like a good deal of options from like Target and Walmart and stuff like that, getting different color temperatures now like you can get different color light bulbs or different I mean you could have been got different color light bulbs, but I mean like different they have light bulbs that are daylight color temperatured and daylight, some are that are more warmer, some are tungsten. They even make light bulbs that flicker, that kind of give you like a candlelight effect and stuff like that. But yeah, just for people that are overwhelmed by the pricing and stuff like that. I mean, for what it's worth, a lot of these lights now, especially the LED panels, they're pretty cheap. But like if it's still like out of your price range, I know Walmart sells them for like $20. They're pretty cheap, so you can go and get you an assortment of lights and then build your own light kit and you do whatever you want with it. It's just a little bit more work because you're gonna have to find things to prop it up on and whatnot, and find different ways to diffuse your light. But like if you don't really have the money for it, Walmart's a way to go, or an option, I should say.
Yeah, no, I agree. And there's always ways you can go around. Like you don't always need the equipment that is made specifically for filmmaking. Like you can definitely go and get some other things that can work. You just also have to be aware of the limitations, like he was saying. It's going to take longer to set up, first of all. And second of all, you'll have to get a few more things to make it work right. But you definitely can make some do-it-yourself options for these different things. Like we saw the difference in creating your own dolly track, and you can just get some PVC pipe and some stuff like that and a board and some wheels, some skateboard wheels or something, and create that. Same thing with lights. Like you can get some of the ones that aren't necessarily made for filmmaking, but give off enough light, like those work lights that you'll see when you go outside and there's a construction zone. And you see these little lights that have the little cages in front of them. They have those cages because they get hot, like you were saying. But as long as you know that, the limitations, but also the capabilities of them, you can definitely do a bunch of stuff. You can use white sheets or t-shirts for diffusion if you don't have the money for the actual diffusion material, black trash bags for blocking out light if you don't want to get duvetine or something that's more industry standard or whatever. So there's always ways that you can get around not having the money to get these specific pieces of equipment and gear. So don't ever think that just because you can't afford this $2,000 light or this $500 light that you're not gonna be able to make your thing. You can still, you got to be creative with it, but you can still get creative and make something that looks really good. You just have to work around it and work with those limitations in mind to get the best picture quality that you're able to get out of it. So yeah, that's definitely something to always consider with any of this kind of stuff when we're going over equipment, is most of it you're able to get around using different things. You know, even cameras and things like that, people are like acting like phones can't be used, but you've seen some people who film with their phones and they make it really well. They just had to work around their limitations. They had to work with getting a few extra accessories and setting up during a certain time and things, but they still came out with something that looked really well made. So, I mean, there's ways to get around these things when you don't have the gear. You just gotta get creative and be aware of the limitations when you're using it like that. All right, moving on from that, we're going to talk about light meters. And this is something that we didn't really talk about last semester as much, and I'm going to delve a little deeper into right now. Light meters, basically, they just measure the amount of light in an area or a spot that you are in. So it'll tell you how much light is in that spot, how much light is in that area. And you're like, might be thinking, why do I need this? Again, just like what Brian brought up, which is actually a good thing to lead into this, is that it's not necessarily needed. You can definitely get away with not having one of these. But if you are able to, this will help save a lot of time and get exactly the look you're going for once you start realizing what these different kinds of looks are and what you want. So sometimes our eyes or the monitors on our cameras or even external monitors can deceive us, and we won't see exactly what we think we're seeing. You might think it looks great. You get it back to the computer and you start editing it, and now the colors are really different, or the exposure level is off compared to what you were seeing when you were on set, and you're wondering what's happening. Well, it's because it's not as accurate as you would think. Your eyes can definitely not see exactly those different mistakes or those different lighting levels, as well as these pieces of gear can tell you what is going on. So that is where you might want to get one of these to really get as accurate as you can with the lights, especially if you're trying to do different light ratios and things like that, which we'll get into in just a second. But these will basically just break it down scientifically exactly what is going on in the scene when it's not as noticeable to the naked eye. They give you the exact measurements and they're quick and easy to use. You just basically click a button and it tells you exactly what's going on. In camera, some cameras have light meters built in, but just like with in-camera audio recording systems and things like that, they're not as accurate as a separate meter that is made specifically for that function. So when it comes to metering or qualifying the amount of light, accuracy is really important to that. So that's why if you're just going to go out and buy a really extremely cheap light meter, you might as well not buy one at all, because the reason you want to get a light meter, and when I say extremely cheap, I'm saying like some are maybe like $40 or something. Those typically aren't really going to be accurate. And the reason why you want to get one of these in the first place is because you want to make sure that everything is as accurate and as closely to what you were picturing in your head as possible. So getting a cheap one that's not as accurate, it's kind of like, why get it at all if it's not going to do what you're wanting it to? So if you're not willing to put in that extra money to get one of those more expensive ones that are going to be accurate, then you don't really want to get one at all.
And you're just wasting money, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is for a more accurate, like for a more specific thing. Like everyone says, you don't need to use them all the time. You don't need to use them in everything. They're a little more for a specific look, for specific scenarios, for more accuracy. So it is more of a pro tool. I guess what we consider like a pro tool, or like more higher up equipment. So it's worth it to invest a little bit more when you can and when you want to, instead of just buying a cheaper one for the sake of saying you have one, and then, but really it's not accurate, it's not really working. It's the same as having nothing, pretty much.
So when you're talking about light meters, one of the best things they can do is tell you what is called the stops of light that is in each part of the scene. A light meter will tell you if one stop of light is here while two stops of light is over there, and if one is more than the other, and it will tell you how light the background is and how light this side of the person's face is and this side of the person's face is, and wherever you are in the room, you can spot meter, which will tell you exactly what that spot, how bright it is, how many stops of light it has. When we're talking about stops of light, a stop of light is double or half the amount of light. So if you have one stop of light, you go to two stops of light, that's going to be double the amount of light. You're going to have 2 times the amount as you did with one stop. If you go to 3 stops of light, well, now you have 4 times the amount, because you do one, because the one stop of light you added times 2, you got 2, and then you multiplied that by 2 again when you went up to the next stop of light. You doubled it again, which means the 2 became 2 times 2, which is 4. So then if you added a light to one side only, you would have 4 times as much light on one side where you only had one stop of light on the other. So that's really important to remember when you're talking about stops of light, is that when you go up a stop of light, it's doubling the amount of light that's there. If you're going down a stop of light, it's cutting it in half. It's half the amount of light. So if you hear somebody say something like, this is 4 stops of light higher than this side, then it's going to be, it's not going to be 8, it's going to be 16, because it's going to be 2 times 2 times 2 times 2. So, because it doubles with each step up, each stop of light that's added. So that's something to remember when you're talking about light, because that'll affect how bright and how dark one side or the other is. You might hear f-stops. F-stops is also used for apertures, and it's used to tell you how much light is getting reduced. Aperture stops is like 1.0, 1.4, 2, 2.8, 4, 5.6, 8, 11, 16, 22, 32, and so on. It just keeps going. Well, with stops of light anyway, it keeps going. So they're the same thing. Whenever you go down, whenever you increase the number on your aperture, you're going down one stop of light. One thing to memorize when you're talking about these scales is if you take every other number, you go 1 to 2, that's 1 times 2, that's 1 full stop of light. So it's double the amount of light. Now we got 2. Now if we go every other number again, we skip 2.8, we go to 4. 2 times 2, that's double the amount of light, going to be 4. Now if we go 1 full stop again, we're going to 8. Why? Because it's 4 times 2 is 8. So you skip every other number to go 1 full stop of light down or 1 full stop of light up. Same thing if we start at 1.4, we go 1 full stop down, and we're going to be at 2.8. 1.4 times 2, 2.8. 2.8 times 2, 5.6. So we just keep skipping one number and going down, and that's how you get 1 full stop of light or 1 full up or down, either way. So that's something you want to remember. Is every other number is 1 full stop. The other ones are like half stops or around half stop. So when you have your aperture, a good thing with these light meters is they can also give you a recommended setting to put the aperture or the shutter speed at, especially if you're taking pictures. When you're doing video, you typically want to leave your shutter speed at like a 180-degree angle. So you don't really want to mess with that. So you'll be able to tell it what the shutter speed is and how much light is there and how much light you want to be there. And it will tell you what the aperture should be or what the ISO needs to be to meet that amount of light, that quantity of light. Because every time you, again, when you increase the number, the f-stop on your aperture, you are reducing light. 1 full stop is going down every other number, and that's half the light. So you're halving the light every time you do that. If you go from the largest number on your aperture to the smallest number, you are increasing the amount of light that is in there. I know it's kind of backwards in the way you think about numbers, but because it's like, basically when I think about it, I'm thinking about the aperture. 1.0 is saying that it's just talking about how much of the light is being cut out. And 22 is saying how much of the light's being cut out. So if light's being cut out, 22 is going to cut out a lot more light than 1 would. And that's the way I look at it. So I remember the numbers because they are sort of backwards in the way you might think when you first see it, first think about it. So going from 22 and going down all the way to 1, you're going to add light with each full stop, or with each even half stop. You'll just keep adding light. So light meters will be able to say, well, if you want to have a shutter speed of this, and you want to have your aperture set to this, but you're trying to get an exposure level, a good exposure level, you're going to need to up your your ISO to this amount to make it work. Or if you want your ISO and your shutter speed set to this, then you're going to have to make your aperture be this number for it to work. So they're really good at giving you recommendations on getting that right exposure level that you're trying to get, if you don't want to have to do all the math yourself, because that can get a little confusing, especially if you don't really know too much about it or don't want to have to think too hard about like how much light to cut away and which setting to use with each, because there's those 3. I already talked about that. So if you look at this picture, if you start at 0 and you're taking away 1 stop of light, that's half of that light. Taking away another stop, now it's 4 times as dark as 0. Going a step further, 8 times darker than 0. Go the other way, start at 0, go to 1, we're adding double the amount of light. Go to 2, that's 4 times the amount of light as what 0 has. Go to 3, 8 times the amount of light as what 0 has. And so you want to really get used to that type of thing, because as you can see, the further you go up or the further you go down, it starts to exponentially increase compared to what 0 was. It starts getting a lot darker than what 0 was. It's not just 6 times darker, it's 8 times darker. If you go darker again, 1 stop, you're 16 times darker, because 8 times 2. So if you go 4 stops down from 0, you're not just 8 times darker, like 4 times 2. You are 16 times darker, because you're cutting it in half with each stop lower. Each time you go down 1 stop, you're cutting it in half. And so you get down to 16 times less light. It's going to be a lot darker than 0 would be. And the same thing happens when you go the other way. You can see -3 is underexposed, +3 is overexposed. And so you really have to get used to that, just how those numbers work, how the stops of light work when they double or they half every time you go up or down.
Okay, and 22 is dark and 1 is light. Just to make sure that I'm going the right way with the math.
On your aperture setting, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm just that's what I thought, but I just
Okay. With a light meter, it's the other way around. The light meter itself will, when you go up, it will increase the light. Like when you increase the number, it will increase the light.
On
Your
the
aperture on your camera is the opposite. So that's where I'm saying the confusion comes in. You get it? All right, let me, and one of the main reasons you'll use, I don't know if this will open.
Can you go back to that exposure thing, the f-stops?
This one or this one?
This one, right, the other one, sorry.
Wait, which one? This one?
The f-stops, yeah, this one here. So if you look at the bottom, right, there is this histogram. It basically tells you that the darkest is all clustered towards the black. The left is the black, and the right is the white. So if you look at the f-stop, what is that? 3, right? Exposed to
+3?
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, +3. You see everything is hover towards the black region. But if you look at the +3, you'll see everything is towards the right region, right? So that's like, it's more towards the white. So right, the one which is in the 0 is balanced out. So you have some blacks and some you have whites also. So that seems like a better picture. But you can also see, if you want to make it a little brighter, you would probably go +1, which balances it out, also spreads it out. But it actually crushes a little bit of whites, because you see that on the left-hand side of that +1, the peak is, the white peak is a little less compared to the one on the 0, right? So that's something which is, and in +3, everything is moved towards the bright area.
Yeah, all of it is pushed up towards the whites and the
So there's no
background
blacks in
on
there,
+3,
right?
And
So
on the other opposite side, you'll see everything is, there's not really anything
Yeah.
on the bright side because everything's pushed more towards the blacks.
Right. So, my photography professor basically told me that as much as possible, you want to keep the histogram right in the middle. So you have blacks and whites properly aligned, right? And based on that, so that's like the histogram is also, so before you actually shoot, as you mentioned, the light mirror, right? Light mirror will tell you this information. Because when you're shooting, you look at the histogram, or maybe just before shooting, you look at the histogram, and then you can figure out, okay, where, sometimes you're not able to distinguish from the image itself, because the size of the viewfinder is maybe too small. It's not visible. But the histogram will tell you, okay, how your picture is being perceived by the camera when it's recording. It's always a good idea to look at the histogram.
Yeah,
and also
histogram waveform as well will show you light, false color. If your camera or your monitor has it, will also show you what the color temperatures are, or not the color temperatures, what the exposure levels are.
Right. And so I think in lighting, what you do, so you have that light meters, right? The light meters has 2 different measurements in there. The one is the instant light, another is the reflected light, right? So the instant light is what the light is falling on the subject, as it is absorbed by the. So if you remove the subject, and if you put the light meter there, instead of right around where the subject's face is, it'll tell you how much amount of light is being generated by that light source, whether it is diffused or whatever it is, right? But the reflection, so once you have the subject in there, and then the light is coming and reflecting from that subject, it's almost like gluing the subject with the blanket of light, right? And that's the thing which the camera is going to see. So there is like a relationship between the instant light and the reflected light. Some may be absorbed by some, may be. So the light intensity will define the instant light, the source, but not necessarily the reflected light, because reflected light is maybe the light coming from some other source, some other reflection also, which is kind of going to the camera. So you will not really see the actual light exposure of the subject in the way the camera would see it through the instant. The instant is going to basically tell you, okay, I can increase the intensity or reduce its intensity. So if you have like a 2-point lighting, you have light coming from 2 different directions, right? So you can increase the light on one side and increase the light on the other side. And that would be a combination of that would be your reflected light, which the camera is going to see. So when your camera is actually seeing the light meter on the camera will tell you the reflected light, which is the actual light. But how you get the reflected light is maybe a combination of what the incident lights are that's falling on the subject. So sometimes what the DPs of the graphers do is they will cut the light completely and then they will turn one light at a time. And that'll basically tell you the instant light, which is individually, how much it is. So each, they will put one on one side, another on, they'll cut that out and then put the other one by itself. And a combination of that would give you the reflected light. So it's like different, there's a science to it in some ways, which you can, good DP would basically figure it out from the amount of light that's coming in, by looking at the light itself.
Mhm.
And I believe it comes more with experience. Once you keep lighting the sets more often, you get a sense of where these lights are coming in. But I think that seems like the theory, what I know of, what I read.
Nice. Yeah, and it's definitely like something like I think Priscilla was saying this while we were looking into it. She was saying like, well, it's definitely, it would be a lot easier to actually use the thing and see how it works, because it is one of those things like Vish was saying, like where it has different functions for either reflected light, which is coming, it's going to the subject and reflecting off back into the camera, and so it's telling you how much light is actually reaching the camera itself, or reflecting off of some other surface or area. And then it also has that spot lighting, which is just saying how much light is reaching this spot. So how bright is it on their cheek? How bright is it on their other cheek? But that doesn't necessarily say how much of that light is getting reflected back into the camera. So there are some different functions in a light meter, which you can only really start, I would say it's hard to kind of grasp unless you watch a lot of videos on it, or you actually have one and you start seeing what it does and what it means and what it looks like whenever it's telling you this amount of light, that amount of light. And you're like, oh, okay. So whenever it says this, and you start getting more used to what it's going to look like in the end. And that's why a lot of people, when they are getting more used to lighting or cinematography, they'll have their own light meters, or they'll know about them, because it makes it a lot easier to get into to get exactly what you're going for once you start realizing what these different things are, what these different looks are. Actually, I'm going to leave it zoomed in, because this is where a light meter comes in handy, especially if you're lighting a subject and you're trying to do what is called a light ratio. Light ratio, that's that 2-point lighting Vish was talking about, where you have your key light and you have your fill light. And a ratio is basically just saying how much brighter the key light is compared to the fill light. A 1-to-1 ratio means that both lights are at the same intensity and the same distance away from the subject. So it makes the subject pretty much completely lit all over, and it has very little shadows, if any, and it's pretty evenly lit. They're pretty flat looking. You have a 2-to-1 ratio, which I'll go down right here, which means that the key light, the light coming from her left, screen right. For us, it's her right side, but for her, if we were her, it's her actual left side, is brighter. That's where the key light's going, and it's 2 times as bright as the light on the other side, which is the fill light, which is creating a little bit more shadow. So if we see that 1-to-1, it's pretty evenly lit. Both lights are about the same. You see that 2-to-1. Now it's creating a little bit of shadow, a little bit more of a dynamic look. She doesn't look as flat. She looks maybe a bit skinnier because of that different lighting effect. So lighting ratio 2-to-1 means the key light is 2 times brighter than the fill light. And since stops of light are 2 times brighter, this 2-to-1 ratio just means that the key light is 1 stop higher or brighter than the fill light. Same thing would go if you had an 8-to-1 ratio. Now you have the key light on her left. For us, it's the screen right, 8 times brighter than the light on our left, screen left, which is 8 times less bright. So it's a lot darker, a lot more shadow going on. And that with the way that the stops of light work, that would mean that on her screen left side, the side that's more shadowed, it's 3 stops of light darker than the screen right, her bright side. Because you do 2 times 2, which would be 4, 4 times 2, which would be 8. So you go 1 stop down, it's 2 times as bright, 2 stops down, it's 4 times, 3 stops down, 8 times, 8 times less. So this is where these, and then, you know, you have also 4-to-1 ratio. So you can do any kind of ratio. It doesn't even have to be an exact like 1-to-1. It can be anywhere in between. It can be 1.5, 20-to-1. You know, it doesn't really matter. What matters is just what it means. And it just means that the key light is going to be so much brighter than the fill light. And so once you really get used to this, if you're into photography or if you're into videography or filmmaking, once you start getting used to what the 2-to-1 ratio looks like, and you go, well, you know, this scene, she seems pretty happy in it. I still want to give her some dimension and, you know, film from her side, the short side lighting where we are filming on the side that's darker. So we're not straight in front of her. We're actually from the side a little bit. Let's do a 2-to-1. That way it's not too dark. It doesn't look too moody or too serious because it's more of a happy scene. And I like the way 2-to-1 is. Then you can use your light meter really quickly to just check the fill light, the key light spotter on each side and say, okay, this one is 1 stop brighter. So now we have that 2-to-1 ratio. And the same thing goes if you're trying to do a more moody scene, a more dramatic scene or whatever else, and you know what the look is, what it looks like. 8-to-1 ratios, 2-to-1 ratios, 4-to-1 ratios. The more you use your equipment, the more you get used to your camera, your lights, or other people's lights, other people's cameras, you'll get more used to how it's going to look when you do these ratios with those pieces of gear. And the more used to it you get, that's where these light meters really come in handy. So you can really quickly just go, okay, I know I want 8-to-1 ratio for this. Instead of me guessing and me figuring it out in the camera, I'm just gonna go over to their face, take a light meter, a spot meter, check, and see what the brightness is on this side, see what the brightness is on the other side, and then tell the gaffer that's, not the gaffer, but the lighting technician that's on the light, the fill light, I'm gonna tell them to, you know, dim it down until it's at the exact ratio, until it's 3 stops of light down farther than the key light so that we have that 8-to-1 ratio. And it's just a really quick way to easily get exactly what you want so that no matter what is happening in the camera and the monitor with your eyes, you are going to get that look you are wanting because you are used to how it is and you know what it's going to be, the outcome of it, and you know what you want. So you just quickly do that spot check and see what the light is, what is actually there, what the quantity is, and then you start adjusting it based on that.
So
Same thing if you have like a reflector, people will start doing a light ratio. They'll just say like, come in with the reflector a little bit more, get closer, 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 right there. And they'll stop them based on what kind of ratios they might want. Sorry, go ahead, Vish.
I would like to add is, once you have this ratio set up, right? Let's say if you go with 2-to-1 or 8-to-1, whatever ratio is, Then you can also control the exposure from the f-stops on the camera itself. So you can further cut it down, but the ratio is still intact, right? So whatever ratio you set up, you still have that ratio. And then if on the 8:1 ratio, you see that, okay, on the right side, the camera right, you see the brightness is the brightness is too high, right?
Mhm.
So you can basically bring down with an f-stop, and that's going to maintain the ratio, but it's going to bring down the brightness on the right side to lower value, but it's going to also crush the left side. So you may have some times where certain features are of the actor is that more is more prominent that you want the audience to see. So you can basically play that sort of tricks in the f-stop and also in the lighting itself. So we can get the frame and the light what you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it just once you start getting used to it and you start learning it and everything and knowing what that different, like you said, you definitely want to know what the camera settings are or what you expect them to be, so you know how dark it's going to get, because you might not want that 8:1 ratio anymore if you have to up your ISO, or if you have to you have to open up the aperture a little more. And it just depends. But once you get used to these different settings, like you said, you'll be able to that ratio will maintain no matter if you open or close the aperture. There's still going to be 2 times as much light on one side if we're having a 2:1 ratio. There's still going to be 2 times as much light on her screen right side than there is on her screen left, because that ratio is already set. So like you said, if you're closing the aperture down to take away some more light, it's still going to have 2:1 ratio. It's just going to look darker all over.
Right, and also I think what happens is the modern day cameras are pretty, they have a lot of f-stops. Like some of the cameras I was looking at, they have like 13 or 14 f-stops. And there is a lot of so sorry, not the f-stop, but the ND filters, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can control so many f-stops with that ND filter. And that significantly changes the way you see the lights on the subject, whether you want to make it darker or brighter. So that helps with the camera also. So knowing the f-stops on the camera is kind of crucial. Sometimes you can do a lot with it, even if the lighting is too bright. You can still play with it to quickly get the shot that you want.
Yeah. And these light meters will just help you get that exact look you're going for once you get used to how it looks, so that you can get that quality easily and quickly every time. And you can replicate it, because you can say, I like this look. What is it? And you can actually take a scan of it. Oh, it's 2:1 or it's 4:1 ratio. And then you'll remember you like 4:1 for whatever purpose you're using it for. And so the next time you have a scene or a picture or something that kind of falls in the same area, you'll know that you like that look, and you can say, maybe I want to do a 4:1 ratio. And using a light meter is just a really quick way to get that information so that you can quickly get it done. Like he said, you also have, if you guys remember, the ND filters on your camera, which is kind of like sunglasses for your camera lens. And that will take away stops of light, making the whole scene darker. And if you're outside in a very bright day, you might need to put different amounts of ND filter on there that'll take different amounts of stops of light away, which, as we know, if it takes away 1 stop of light, then it's going to take away half the light. It's going to cut it in half. If it takes 2 stops, it's going to be 4 times darker. 3 stops, it's going to be 8 times darker, and just so on and so forth. So when you're thinking about stops of light, just always remember 1 stop of light either doubles the amount of light if you're going up, or it cuts the light in half if you're going down. and you're decreasing it. But with a light meter, if you are using ND filters, some of these actually come with a feature called exposure compensation, where you basically, you're adjusting it, you're telling it, I know you are seeing it to be this bright, but I want you to also include -2 stops of light because I'm adding ND filters to my camera. And I know for the, you're basically telling the light meter itself that I know you're seeing it brighter, but I want you to compensate for the ND filters. So it's taking away, those ND filters are taking away 2 stops of light. So even though you, light meter, you're seeing it 2 stops of light brighter out here, I want you to take whatever you're finding and then give me a number that also includes that -2 stops of light so that I can set it up for the camera, not necessarily for what the light meter is seeing. And basically it's just telling it to account for something that it wouldn't account for otherwise. So it doesn't have ND filters on it, but you know that the camera does. You're telling it that just to compensate for that. And that's what the exposure compensation thing does. And it could be other reasons. You could want to overexpose or underexpose. Light meters will basically, especially if you're using them to try to give you the recommended settings for the aperture or the ISO to get even lighting, to get good exposure. If you're trying to actually get overexposure or underexposure for whatever reasons, you can use that exposure compensation so that the light meter will tell you what to set it to get what you are looking for, instead of it trying to set it for the perfect lighting setup. So that's also something to consider. Last thing I'll say about light meters is that, oh, you know what? Some of the things I forgot to say is some of the brands. With softboxes, a lot of the brands you'll get Aperture, Godox, Angler, SD, Newer, and Fovatech. Then LED light brands, Aperture again, GVM, Newer, Godox. I think it's Dracast or Dracast, Nanlite, and then light meter brands, Sekonic. They're the main ones, I think. That's the one I've heard about the most anyway. Gaussen and Kinco. So those are some of the main brands, or some of the more popular brands that you'll come across if you're looking for soft boxes, LED lights, or light meters. If the light meter stuff and the 2-to-1 ratios and all that stuff didn't really make too much sense, or you're still kind of confused about it, I would recommend the syllabus has by Robert Mikado, I think it is. It's a letter S, The Ultimate Guide to Light Meters for Cinematography. He really breaks it down in a way that is easy to follow, and he shows the examples as he goes through it. So if you're still confused about it and what these light meters do and why you use them, he goes through these different functions and he shows the capabilities of them and why you might want one. So if you're still confused about it, I recommend that one. Does anyone have any questions or things to add for light meters or any of the lighting equipment?
Yeah. Just going back to like the history of the light meter. Going back to a time where we didn't have all these screens, LCD screens, to be able to view what you were looking at. So light meters were used to kind of give you a general idea of what an exposure was going to be on film, because you couldn't see what you were shooting. Like you would have to kind of like do the math and try to figure out what the exposure was going to be. In film, it was very, 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 it demanded a lot of light. Demanded a lot of light. So they would use light meters to kind of get an idea of what the exposure was going to, the resulting exposure, because the only way to see it was through a viewfinder, which wasn't the actual exposure of the film. So that was what the intent of the light meters were. But now that we have all these sophisticated cameras and histograms and whatnot, the light meters are becoming less and less needed or relied upon. They're still great for matching shots. So like you'll get like a reading from one over the shoulder, and then when you flip the shot, all you have to do is simply just try to mimic the numbers. But me personally, I would never let a light meter tell me what my exposure on the camera. I would never let a light meter dictate what my settings should be on a camera, just because, like, the meter is intended to tell you what a good exposure would be. But what if you don't want, like, what if you don't want such a an evenly lit exposure, or if you want it to be a little bit undertone, if you want it to be a little overtone. So I really don't use light meters for that purpose. I mean, I've seen a lot of people use them for, that's all they go by. Like, they don't even look at the viewfinder or the monitors at all. They just go by light meters, which is cool. And I guess they, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But me personally, I just, I don't use light meters, me personally, but on times where I'm working with other people that do, like, mainly for me, I'll just use it for matching purposes, to match one shot up with the other. Photographers use it a lot, specifically for flashes, because it's an instant. The light will be exposed for a millimeter of a second. So in order to get like a good gauge on what the exposure will be, like, they use a lot of light meters for that. Film, on the other hand, is completely different. Since we're using continuous lighting, it's it's a different source. So like, if you feel comfortable, at the end of the day, it really all depends on your comfort level and what your camera's capabilities are, what your experiences is, and, like, do you trust the monitors that you're using? A lot of people I know that use light meters, sometimes it could take up a lot of time sometimes, because a lot of, like, I'll work with some people and they'll use light meters and they'll be so stuck on trying to get everything, like, oh, well, the light meter is telling us this, so we have to do that, or we have to do that. We see the light meters telling us to do that, but when you look in the monitor, it's obviously overexposed or whatever. And there's a whole bunch of other things that can go wrong with the light meter. Like, let's say you're angling it wrong, and it'll give you like a bogus exposure or whatnot. So there's always that to keep in mind. It's a good tool to have, but it's not law. It's not something that's set in stone. Oh, the light meter said it has to be this exposure, so we have to have it that way. I've seen a lot of time being wasted just trying to appease the light monitor and get it to get a good get a good number out. But yeah, like, they're good to have. They're good to have. I'm not downing them or anything, but me personally, like, you got to do both. You have to use your light monitor, and you have to or you have to use your light meter, and then also have to look in the monitor to see if, like, is this what I want? Because if it is, then you keep moving on. But if it isn't, then you keep trying to change things. And so yeah, what was Vish was saying about the I can't remember what he was. That he made a valid point. Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say about monitors, light meters.
Okay. Yeah, and like a lot of this stuff comes down to, like, preference and what you're, and time, like you said, time. Some people, it helps speed up the process if they want to get something exact and they don't want to have to worry about it in the camera. But obviously, if somebody's not using it right, or if they're using it but they want to rely solely on that, I would never rely solely on anything. Like Brian was saying, I would always double check things, like, because maybe the light meter's messed up. Maybe it has something on its reading, what the lens or whatever it uses to read the light. And so it's reading it at a darker or a brighter source than what it actually is. You know, there's things that can go wrong. It is
Those things need to be calibrated sometimes, and that could really mess you up. Like you could
Yeah,
be getting
that's why I was saying, that's why I mentioned it's a very specific tool for certain things. It depends on who you are as a filmmaker and what you want and the look you want to accomplish. It's a good tool to have, but never solely rely on it. And also don't think that you need it 100% to be a good photographer or filmmaker or whatever. But don't underestimate that it can be useful either, you know? It's everything about balance, I feel like. A lot of filmmakers rely a lot on certain equipment and will swear by it and can't live without it. And I feel like it really depends on the kind of work you do and what you want to achieve.
histograms. That's what you were saying. Histograms were a thing. I remember when I was in film school, I would hang out with the photography students, and they like that's all they do is histograms. Like they don't do any when they edit photos, they edit using They don't even look. Like they cover the screen up and they full screen the histogram and they do whatever, put whatever filters on there to get the histogram lines wherever they want them to be. And then they look at the final results and they're like, oh, and that works for them. Like some people just go by, like, they don't even look at the overall image. They just go by like the histograms, the vector scopes, and all the color shapes and all that stuff. They don't even look at that. And there's a lot of people that do the same thing with the light meters. They'll just use nothing but light meters. They'll get like a whole bunch of measurements. They'll get the rulers out and measure, the distance from the camera to the subject, and then pull the light meter out and do their whole thing with it and do a whole bunch of numbers and stuff like that. And it works. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's not helpful or beneficial, but sometimes it doesn't work.
I feel like that's with a lot of stuff. If you're not using it right, if you're not calibrating it right, if you don't know how the settings work, what's the point of having it if you're not using it right? If you don't know how to use it.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to move on from that, and we're going to go on to drones. Now, drones. This stuff comes from Quick Tutorials A in the syllabus Ultimate Drone Buying Guide for Total Beginners in 2020. So it is a few years old. I will get into some of the new rules. One of the things I'm going to just preface this with is drones are relatively new. And so they are still coming up with new laws and regulations in different areas, different countries, different states, different counties all the time. So you always want to keep up to date with this stuff because they do change some of this information. Some of these videos, I already knew about some of these laws and rules, but some of the videos from like 2 years ago even won't discuss those new laws that are in place. Because they came out in 2021 at the end, or 2022 even. So you just want to make sure that you don't buy one until you look up the rules, regulations, and laws with them. I'll go over some of them now, but if anyone watches this in the future, or if you plan on buying one in a few years and you go back to this video or you just remember everything I've said, it might have changed. So just keep that in mind. These rules especially are changing a lot because this is flying something in the air. It's monitoring things with a camera. And so it's privacy issues, and it's flying near like airports and those kinds of things, and using a wireless transmission to get back to your controller or phone or whatever you're using to pilot the thing. And so that can interfere with radio towers and cell phone towers and other things like that. So because it has all those things, it's a really useful tool and it has a lot it can do. but it could also be a violation of privacy and other things like that if you're using it against the law, which you could be easily doing that. So that is why all these rules, regulations, and laws come into play when you're trying to get one of these. Anyway, this is all stuff from quick tutorials, letter A in the video. He says anything under $300 is basically going to be a toy. It's not going to get you anything that's really professional. Another thing I'll mention in this, I'm not saying anything under $300 is high quality, because it probably isn't, honestly. But one thing I have noticed is over the past 3 years, ever since I started looking into drones, because I thought they were really cool and I wanted one, but then I started hearing all these requirements you need, and held off on buying it. The prices have been significantly reduced since they first came out, so they're constantly going down, and new companies are now getting into the market. DJI is one of the biggest. They're the ones who make like the Mavic Pro and all these other things that you've probably heard of if you looked into drones at all for filmmaking. They're the ones who pretty much own the market. They're the Apple of like the drone market. So they are the biggest company right now, but there's still other ones that are coming up. So they could be coming out with some that are really good. And especially in a few years from now, you could have one that's used for professional use that might be under $300, or one of these older models that can still be used that shoots 4K video might be $300 by then, used or something. So take all this with that all in mind. But he says anything under $300 right now is just basically a toy, and it's not going to get you anything professional. So if you want something that's more professional, you're going to have to jump up in price a bit. Most drones over that price point are really intelligent. They can fly home if they disconnect for too long. Flying home just means it flies to wherever the spot is that it took off at. So you put it on the ground, you start taking it off. That's its quote unquote home. And if it gets disconnected from the signal for too long, or if the battery starts getting too low, a lot of them over that $300 mark, they'll just start returning home on their own so that they don't just fall out of the sky. Because if the battery just died and the thing fell out of the sky, it's probably going to break. Or if it just lost signal and it didn't return home, it would just continue in whatever direction you last pushed it. So if you pushed forward on it and then it lost signal and it didn't have that feature and it doesn't return home on its own, it would just keep flying off in the distance forever until it ran out of battery and then fall and break, most likely. So definitely those features are pretty much required if you're getting a drone and you're going to be flying it around for filmmaking, film use. As I said, DJI is one of the largest, so I'm going to leave this table up. This shows some of the different DJI drones that are out right now, their price points, how long they have flight, and things like that. So you guys can look over that while I'm going over some of these other things. But basically, you want to look at some of that stuff too, because it'll differ and it'll depend on what it's able to withstand and things like that. Some drones will have sensors on their sides or their backs or their fronts or all over the place that help them or can completely stop them, or at least help them to not crash into things. So on the lower end, you won't have those sensors. And if you're backing up your drone, you're going backwards with it. A lot of people, when they're first starting out, will do this. They say is like, they'll be flying it backwards. So, you know, when you're driving your car backwards and you turn the wheel to the right, it's going to turn, if you're just looking straight ahead, which you shouldn't be doing if you're driving, but if you're looking straight ahead out the car while you're driving backwards and you turn the wheel right, you're going to feel like you're turning left. Same thing with the drone. Whenever you're going backwards with the drone, left and right are going to be reversed to you. To the drone, it's still going to be obviously going left or right, but because it's going backwards, it feels backwards to us when we are controlling it. So because of this, people will sometimes be flying it backwards to capture a shot, flying away from something, and then they're almost going to hit into a tree on the right. And so their immediate instinct is to go left, but because the drone is flying backwards, its left is going to be towards that tree. And so then they shove left really quickly and the drone just goes, smacks that tree. And sometimes it can break at the propellers or sometimes the whole thing can break. So if you get one that has these sensors on the sides and things like that, it is less of a problem because it will sense that there's going to be an obstacle there and it will stop going in that direction and not smack into it. It will maintain its distance from it, which is really good. Actually, if you look on this table right here, it says obstacle avoidance, and it shows for the different ones, it says whether it's 2 direction, 3 directions, how many cameras it has. And so that'll tell you like where it's going to try to avoid things and things like that. So it'll avoid it from 3 different directions for the Mavic Air. And it has 7 different cameras on it to look in those directions to make sure it's not going to hit into anything. Another thing you want to make sure, excuse me, another thing you want to look at when you're trying to buy a drone is how well is it going to handle air, air resistance or air wind speed. You want to be sure that the thing's not going to get knocked around by the wind and it's going to be able to have smooth and stable shots in different weather conditions. When it's like, obviously, if it's really windy or if there's a hurricane outside, you shouldn't be flying your drone. It's probably not even going to work. Even the highest end ones, you can't just fly them if it's super windy. But most drones will tell you what kind of wind resistance it's able to, or what kind of max wind speed it's able to withstand while still maintaining itself and still being stable. And so if there's just a tiny bit of wind, even if you feel like there's not really much wind, the higher you go up, the windier it is. So if there's a slight breeze coming on you when you're on the ground, if you're sending that thing up 100 feet in the air, 200 feet in the air, it's going to be windier up there. So you want to make sure that it's able to withstand the amount of wind speeds that are up there, not necessarily down on the ground. And even if it's able to withstand it and not fall out of the air, which would be the worst thing, you still want to make sure that if you are capturing things on a camera, if you're filming with it, that it's going to be nice, smooth, stable shots. So any kind of wind that's knocking it around or making it look shaky, it's going to make it look uglier and it's not going to look very good or professional. So that's where you want to get those ones that are able to withstand it a little bit more so that you can have it in the air. It's not going to get affected by that. And you can get those professional, smooth looking shots with it. Something else you want to consider is just like when you're buying a camera, these drones will have their own cameras. Some of them you can attach. Some of them you can attach a separate camera to, like a GoPro or something like that, if you need something a bit more. I believe there are more that can handle even heavier weights and bigger payloads. So you want to maybe look into that. But on most of these, you'll find that they have their own camera. And actually, if you go down on this list, you'll see camera and you'll see the megapixels it has. You'll see the sensor size. And basically, the larger the sensor size, the more detail there's going to be in your images and the better it's going to look. The resolution, you can have 4K or higher. And obviously 4K is going to have more detail than standard HD. And anything more than that will have even more detail. So when you're really high up, sometimes those details are really important to get like the differences in the images below, so that you can see all the detail of the entire scene or the scenery around that area. You also want to think about the dynamic range it has. On the lower end, like the Mavic Air, I think it's the Mavic Mini or something like that. It doesn't have as good of a dynamic range for the lighting or the color. So whenever there's like a sunset or a sunrise and there's a lot of gradation from those oranges to the bright blues, you really want it to be a smooth transition, and you don't want to have those ugly rings that, what is it called? Basically, you just want to make sure that it looks nice and smooth from color to color, and there's no, I can't think of the term for it, but it makes it look like there's like a ring around the sun a few times and it looks ugly, and it doesn't look, I think it's banding. You don't want it to be banding. So you want it to have a decent dynamic range, or a better dynamic range than that, so that you can capture those scenes that have a lot of different colors in them, and it'll look nice all the way throughout. And then some of them, I think most of them now, especially the ones over that $300 price range, have manual controls, but just in case, you want to make sure that it has manual controls for the camera. You're able to change the settings of the camera like you would with any other camera. Aperture, maybe not aperture, but at least the ISO and like the white balance and things like that. So you want to have manual controls of those things. What's the distance that the thing can go without losing connection? That's something you definitely want to think about. How far are you trying to fly it? How far up and how far away? Actually, you can see right here the range on the little Spark. It can only go to 100 to 2,000 meters, while on the higher end they can go up to 7,000 meters away. So if you're trying to get a really hugely wide-angled shot that's really high up in the air, then you want one that can go farther away without losing that connection, so that you can capture the shot you're looking for. So that's something you want to look at. How high can the thing go? Now, no matter what, which I think I'll get into in a second, but you're not allowed to go over a certain height with them, no matter how high they're actually capable of going. So at a certain point, it doesn't matter, but some of them won't be able to go up as high as the limit will allow, that rule, that law, at least in the US anyway. And some of them will be able to go up to that height. So you just want to check, can it go up to that or not? Can it shoot log or raw, or can it only shoot in already colored images, LUTs? How long does it last at a full charge, and how long does it take to charge? That's something you want to also think about and look up. Most of these, flight time, you can see flight time, they don't last too long. You really want to plan out your shots if you're getting one of these and you're going to fly it around. They always say, like, you want to plan out your shots before you even take off, because if you're trying to figure out your shots while in the air, it's probably going to run out of battery by the time you figure it out. So really try to get used to being on the ground and seeing where you might want to have the camera and where you might want to shoot it at, and what angle and what movement the camera is doing, or the drone, I guess. And then capture those shots within that time frame, because as you can see, the Spark only lasts 16 minutes, while the Phantom 4 Pro only lasts 30 minutes. And Mavic Pro or Mavic Pro 2, they last around 30 minutes as well. So it's like, and that's generally across the board how long these last for the more professional ones. So 30 minutes isn't really that long. You're probably going to need extra batteries, but then you want to think about how long does it take to charge that thing up. If you only have 2 batteries and you're charging one while the other one's flying, is the other one going to be ready by the time that you need it? Or is it going to take 6 hours to 12 hours to charge? You know, like, how long is it going to take to charge that battery up to full charge? Something else you want to look into. The FAA, which, what does the FAA stand for? Federal Aviation Administration. They have an app that is called Before You Fly. So B for the letter B, the number 4, the letter U, and then fly. So before you fly, it'll let you know if you're flying a drone in an area, or if, you know, the area that you intend on flying it in if it's legal or not to fly it there. So be sure you're legally able to fly in the area you intend. If you look at this Oklahoma City image, you see that red bubble starting to appear down at the bottom left. You can't fly over there. It's probably an airport or something like that that's going to not be a good, they don't want anyone to fly their drones around that area, so you're not allowed to fly it in that spot legally. You're not allowed to. So that's near military bases, airports, like I said, with the radio towers, things like that. Certain things, certain places, you're just not allowed to fly over. You're not allowed to fly around because they don't want you causing any problems with any of their stuff, or to be spying on the military or crash into a plane, whatever else. None of that. So there's certain areas you're not allowed to fly in. If you are in the US, I don't know about other countries, but in the US, no matter what kind of drone you get, you pretty much are going to have to register it with the FAA. So that'll be using this list. You have to register your drone on the FAA's drone portal. I think it's like $5 or something. Basically, you just input the serial number of your drone and what kind and type it is, and a few other things. They make you agree to some stuff, like some of the rules that you're not allowed to go against. Like this one, number 3, fly your drone at or below 400 feet when in uncontrolled or Class G airspace. So if you're in those different airspaces, which that app will tell you, and once you look into these things and what they mean, you'll know more about. Even if your drone can go up to 500 feet, 600 feet in the air, you can't go over 400 feet in any of those certain airspaces, Class G, uncontrolled. So it's probably like the spots that, I don't know, I'd say if I were to guess, and this is just a guess, B4U, the app had some green spots. I would say maybe that's the spots that it says those are good. Those are controlled spaces where you're able to fly higher than that. And the spots that are white, that means it's uncontrolled. They haven't done anything on that. So you're not allowed to fly over 400. And red spots, you're not allowed to fly at all. It's a guess, not exactly sure, but just knowing what I know, I would say that's probably what it is. Either way, you just want to be sure that when you're getting a drone, you just register it with the FAA, telling them, hey, I have a drone. This is the kind of drone it is. And here's the information, blah, 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 my name, my address, stuff like that. And then you're just clicking like you agree that you're not going to fly it over 400 feet. You agree that you're not going to fly it in some certain spaces, like where drones aren't allowed. You have to keep your drone within the line of sight. So even if your drone can go out 7,000 meters away, if you can't see it anymore, then you're not supposed to be flying it like that. You're supposed to always be able to see your drone no matter how far away it is. You're supposed to be able to at least see where it is, a visual line of sight. So if you're going around buildings and things like that, you can't flip a corner with the drone and then now you can't look up in the sky and see it. You're supposed to always keep a line of sight on it, even when you're on the ground, flying it around. So can't fly it near other aircraft, can't fly it over groups of people, like public events or stadiums full of people, any kind of emergency response team, you can't fly it over that, like a fire hazard or emergency systems. You can't just go flying over it, recording what they're doing. You can't, it's the same as when you're driving a car or riding a motorcycle. You can't be under the influence of drugs or alcohol. And you can't fly directly over people, and you have to respect other people's privacy and not like go to your neighbor's house and look in their window with your drone. I mean, so those are basically just things that you're listing that you're not going to do when you're registering it. And that's like the basic requirement of all drones when you buy them. The other thing that more recently came out is you have to take this little test called the trust test. It's basically just like a short safety course where you take a free online training, you pass online multiple choice test, and you get a certificate mailed to you or printed or emailed to you, I mean. And then you just print it out and say, I have done this. And basically what this is just saying, it's just so that you know those different rules pretty much, and you pass them. It's basically like when you want to get your driver's license, you have to take that knowledge test first, where you prove that you know about stop signs and you know what they mean, and you know what the yield sign means and all these other things. You know that a red light means stop and a green light means go. Well, there's different rules with drones. Some of the ones I just talked about, like going over directly over people, going over stadiums, you know, going and spying on people and looking in people's trash with your drone or looking through their windows and trying to catch them doing something or whatever. Those things you're not allowed to do. So this little course would basically just bring you through that, and you would just take the test to say, yeah, I know all this and I know what I'm allowed and not allowed to do, and I agree I'm not going to do it. So as with registering, you also have to do this. Now, like I said, drone laws are constantly getting updated. This trust course is pretty recent, I believe. I believe it happened in the last like 8 months or something. So they could always add to this, change it, take it away later. It just depends on whatever they want to do. They might have another test you have to take on top of it. So just keep all that in mind and be aware of it. And the last thing, when you are getting a drone and you are trying to use it for any kind of commercial use, you do actually have to get this FAA Part 107 license. It's a license that's going to, it's not as difficult as, you know, some other kind of pilot license, of course. That has nothing to do with planes and stuff like that. It just has these different drone rules, requirements for like the remote pilot certificates, how to navigate it. And then it does also have some stuff about like communicating with air traffic control if you are near one of those areas, you know, and that you know about these things, that you know about weather, you know about the different procedures you have to take and the different rules and things you have to follow. This is more like a test that you have to take if you were going to take something like the GED or the SATs. You study it and you actually go into a testing center that's approved. You take the test and you either pass it or you fail it. And it does cost some money. I think it's like $200 or something like that to take it. So keep that in mind. If you're doing it for any kind of commercial use, you have to get this. If you are not doing it for commercial use, then it will depend on the kind of drone you get. Certain drones that are over a certain weight will require the license anyway, even if you're only using it for fun. Pretty much, you're not using it for any kind of work or money. But any drone, no matter what it weighs, if you are using it for commercial work, if you are using it to get paid, if anyone gives you $20 to film a shot of, you know, since you own a drone, they want a shot in their film and they're going to give you $20 for it. Well, technically that's considered commercial work, and that is when you would need a license legally to be able to fly it for them. If you're just using it for your own films, if you're not trying to sell your film, if you're not trying to get any revenue from it by posting it to YouTube and getting a bunch of views that actually rakes in some monetization, you'd have to keep it unmonetized, and you're just putting it out there, then you're able to do that without the license. But any kind of money from anything that comes from it, it's considered commercial work, and it does legally make you require this license. And this is in the US. I don't know about other countries. Some might be more strict and some might be more fluid. You'd have to look it up specifically for your countries. But in the US, this is required if you are trying to fly a drone and get paid for it.
Makes sense. Yeah, it was like it's good certificates and licenses and stuff. Yeah, cool. It's good that they have that, you know, to make sure that you are doing it properly. And then once you have the tickets and you have the drone and you actually get up there and do it, it's pretty cool. It's like anything.
Yeah, and I think it'd be really cool to do. It's just it does take some time to learn and everything. So
Oh, everything does. Like, it doesn't matter like what tickets or things that you're doing. They all take time to get really good at and learn. It's just, yeah, that's just, yeah. I know some people that do drone work. It's pretty cool.
the other thing about this thing is, well, you have to be at least 16 years or older. You have to be able to read, speak, and write in English. Again, this is US, so other countries that speak other languages probably have different rules. Well, definitely with that one, but you know what I mean. Don't be drinking and don't be doing drugs while you're flying it. You have to take that knowledge exam for unmanned aircraft general, which is the UAG, unmanned aircraft general, UAG. Easily accessible. You have to take that test recurring every 2 years. So again, this stuff's constantly changing. They're constantly updating it, which is why whenever you have this test, even if you get the license, you have to do it every 2 years to maintain it. So if you're not trying to use it a bunch, it might be more expensive than what it's worth. But if you want to start training with it, if you want to use it in your own films to try to have a higher quality production value, and you're trying to sell your films or get a lot of views and monetize your videos on YouTube, then you will need to take this test to legally be able to use it. So I'm going to actually mention that they don't usually catch you for using it against the law illegally. They usually catch you when you post it, because that stuff has the GPS information from where it was taken, and then they can find out who did it, and then they can find out if you have a license or not. So you might not get caught doing it, but they say a lot of people will get caught posting it online or posting it on Instagram or YouTube or something like that, flying in illegal zones or just flying without a license and getting paid for it. And basically, if you want to know more, you just go to FAA.gov, look up commercial operators, become a drone pilot, and you can look at all this different information about what you need to do. And there's plenty of YouTube videos and things out there that explain what the stuff is and explain, just like any other test that's out there, they have a bunch of different study guides, free ones, or you can have paid ones if you want to pay for it to really get a more professional one or something like that. But just like with any other test, you got plenty of different resources if you look into them and study it, and then you just go take the test and you do it. So that is something you have to consider, and you have to factor that into your cost and your time when you are talking about drones. There's also plenty of other drone explanation videos for what not to do when you're a beginner drone pilot, whether you have your license or not. You know, there's just different mistakes people make, and just to save you a lot of money and hassle from breaking your drone right away, they give off a lot of those tips and those information pieces. So that's also something you might want to look into, especially if you're looking into getting a drone. Other than that, like I said, this is the specific information for the tests and all that is for the US. So you have to look up in your area, your country, what your rules are. And other than that, it's a way to get those helicopter shots, those plane shots, those high flying shots, the bird's eye view shots that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And so it does come in handy, but it might just be better and cheaper to find someone that already has a license and either pay them, or if you know them and they're willing to work on your thing for free, get them to help you out. It might be better that way. So you have to factor all of that in when you're trying to get one of these, but it's good to know all that stuff. And last thing, again, I'm just going to repeat it again. This stuff's constantly changing. So by the time you watch this, if it's a few years from now, Just look it up again, make sure all the information's the same. It's still going to come from the same sources. I'm sure the Federal Aviation Administration is going to be the people for flight control, air traffic, and all of that, even in a few years from now. So you can still go to their website and see if there's any updates or anything like that. But yeah, does anyone have any questions, comments, or anything to add to drones? Oh, wait, before, one last thing with the drones. As I said, DJI is one of the main companies that are selling them, but a few others are starting to come in. Parrot, Autel, Unique, I think it's Unique. Those are some companies that you'll find. Those are the main brands that you'll find for drones, but still the most dominant one is DJI, and they haven't really been succeeded by anyone yet. But yeah, did anyone have anything to add to that?
Yeah. So to start, speaking of drones, they have something that is you go to Best Buy and they have underwater drones, which is like the direct opposite of instead of aerial shots, you're getting underwater shots.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming it's a lot of the same rules and restrictions apply for those as well. So that's just something to, I guess maybe you can look into that for your next semester or something like that.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah,
But-
I would assume that it's probably the exact same. Well, not the exact same. I would assume it's probably, like you said, a lot the same, but it just comes from like the submarine and whoever
It's maritime.
the Navy. It's probably the ones that are making the rules on that kind of stuff. So you're not crashing into their subs, you're not crashing into their bases and all that.
But
like a boating license kind of.
Regardless, I want to say regardless of all those safety features that you mentioned on the drone, because I have a drone and it's I have one of the earlier models. Like mine's just only it only shoots 1080p. But that my drone, this was before all those safety features were included. So like a lot of those safety features aren't on my drone. So it could still crash and burn into a tree. It can still run and drop out of the sky. So my suggestion, if you are interested in getting the drone, would be to get a mini drone or a baby drone. You can get those things for like, or a little RC helicopter. You can get those things for like $20, and just like learn to fly. I mean, the controlling of the actual DJI, it's a lot smoother than those, but just getting used to like the delay, like when you press go and you go forward, there's like a delay.
Mhm.
And just learning how to fly on that thing before you get on and spend all your money and get an actual drone. I mean, I'm pretty sure that now, like I don't have a newer drone, I'm pretty sure like the controlling is amazing, but yeah, I would definitely suggest like getting, because it's cheap, $20, you can get your little remote control helicopter and just fly that around for a while. And
Yeah, and I have heard that the controls are pretty much universal across the thing. It's always the same. The controller, the way you use it, it's going to be the same, whether it's the expensive one or the cheap one. So definitely.
Definitely get one of those and learn. Because you had mentioned all these safety features. I'm just not hearing about those. I was like, wait, it does what? Because yeah, like I said, my drone doesn't have all those fancy features where, I mean, it has the feature where it comes back to you if it goes out of range and stuff. But as far as like picking up, censoring different trees and stuff and stopping right there. Also, you had also mentioned about the no-fly zones and stuff like that. You're right. You do have to register it. So I do know if you are in a no-fly zone, it won't. I think it has some kind of program where it won't allow it to even go into those areas. Like it stops. Like turn around and come back to you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's something that to be cool. And some of them, like if you're too close to like an airport or something, it won't even take off. So because we've had so many issues and stuff like that.
Yeah. I've heard of a bunch of stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, so
people
I mean
crashing drones into the pilots.
but there's that. Also, there's different types of drones. Some are meant for filming, like you had mentioned, and then drone is actually a sport. There's actually a sport where they race drones and they have like their own little obstacle course and stuff. It's actually pretty cool to see those. Those are pretty cool.
Mhm.
But like you mentioned, drones are like the new way of life now. They're being incorporated more and more. Amazon is in works of you. I think they already do. Like they use it to make deliveries and stuff. And it's awesome for filmmakers because, like you had said, it's giving the little guy access to bigger things because there's no way you would be able to get helicopter shots back in the day without spending a crap ton of money on getting a helicopter or spending on stock footage, which is like how that's not ideal. But drones are great. Drones are awesome. But yeah, I think Michael Bay, his one of his latest films, he had a lot. He incorporated a lot of drones, like which was kind of like new. I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah. But me personally, like even though I have a drone, like I'm just like I'm lazy and I'm just like I'd rather just go out and hire somebody to do.
Yeah, it is a steep learning curve. It does take a lot of time, especially with all the rules and regulations. So it is a cost and time
And even
cost.
when you know it, I've heard that the thing can be like, if it falls, you need to replace a bunch of pieces because it can break super easy.
Yeah,
And
There are
it's a lot of hassle.
there are some attachments and things to certain drones. Like I know there's a propeller cage that you can put around it that will block it from hopefully not destroying your propeller if you accidentally nick a tree. And there's things like that. There's also some like landing feet extensions so that if you accidentally land on the ground, your camera doesn't come anywhere near the ground and scrape against it. So there are some certain things like that if you're looking into a drone as well.
yeah. There was that one video of a guy. He had a drone and he was flying over the water, and the battery was dying, and it started to descend, and the guy was watching it, and he just jumped into the water, started swimming out, and he caught it. And the camera was still going, and it got all of it on camera. It was so awesome.
That's awesome.
But hearing about those safety features was like it won't. I guess it would like know to come back to a starting point if the battery's gonna die. But like I was mentioning, like I have an earlier model that doesn't do that. So I don't know. Yeah, you gotta look for it. It's pretty cool. Like he just randomly saw it and was like, nope, got in the water and got it all on camera. He saved the drone. It was pretty awesome. But
Nice. Oh, speaking of water, there is also these little like buoy legs you can give your some drones where it can actually like land on the water. So it does give you that option as well. It is a little bit more dangerous. I would be scared to do it, but there is that option to give it little like buoy legs so that it lands on the water and floats. If you're going for those kinds of shots, if you're in the water, you're on a boat scene or something like that. So there are a few things that you can do and a few things you can add and attach to it to get it to work in different scenarios. But for the most part, they're used for those nice aerial shots and those kinds of things that we were talking about. And like I said, and that's another thing to bring up is like in the future, in a few years, there could be some that have even more functions inside of it internally that do even more and have even more capability. So always keep an eye out for the new ones, but don't think that you absolutely need the new ones to work to be able to do it if you buy one right now, or if you buy one of an older model. Like they could still work, they just won't have all of the same features. So And a lot of them probably won't be as necessary as some other ones, like the ones with the cameras that are that keep it safe from crashing. Those are good. But some of the other features that it might have that others might not, I mean, like it depends on what you're looking for, and it's all up to like each person and what they want out of it, because some of the features aren't really that important or necessary. They're just like extras pretty much. I think that's all I was gonna say for that, yeah. All right. So now we're going to talk more about compression and exporting when you're exporting your project and the compression that happens in that. We've already gone over codecs and we've gone over containers. I'm going to briefly retouch on that. So whenever you are filming something, you have the uncompressed video, which is actually going into a codec to compress it down. And depending on what kind of codec it's using, it will compress it down more or less. The less it compresses it, the larger the file size will be. The more it compresses it, the smaller the size will be. The more it compresses it though, the less quality it will have, the less data it will keep. And the larger the less it gets compressed, the more data it will have and the higher the quality will be. So when you're talking about any of this stuff, it's always about quality versus space. And everyone has to make a decision based on how much they want one or the other. Space is obviously going to cost a lot more money, and you're going to need memory cards that can read and write at the speeds that you're recording at. The bigger, the higher the frame rate, and the higher the resolution. And if you're shooting RAW, then those are just going to be ginormous file sizes compared to something where if you're shooting standard HD and 1080p, 1080p is standard HD. You're shooting standard HD and you're shooting in log, or you're shooting a LUT, it's going to be a lot smaller. It's not going to take up as much data, and you're not going to need as quick of memory cards to be able to read and write at the speeds that you would need if you're having larger amounts of data being recorded at once. Also, the less frames you're filming means there's less pictures in there, which means there's less data. So keep all that in mind. That the audio and the video, they go into a codec. Unless you're shooting RAW, then it stays uncompressed. But if you're not shooting RAW, it's going to go into some kind of codec. And the audio, the video, the subtitles, and the metadata are all going to go into what's called a container, which will be that file extension that you see, which is like MP4 or MXF, things like that. You're going to see those, or MOV. And those go into the format. The codec and the container make the format. So when you're talking about a format on its own, it doesn't really matter. It just matters what the codec is on the inside of that format, because that's going to determine how much that video is compressed, how much that audio is compressed, and how much quality is maintained. Whereas if you're just talking about a container, if you're talking about if it's an MOV file or an MP4 file, it's not going to make a difference to the quality. It's just going to make a difference to what kind of container it's wrapped in. Codecs are like H.264, H.265, ProRes, etc. So different ones will be having different compression amounts. And we went over all this. So, if you want to look into that again, go back to that video. So bit rate, that's how much data is maintained in each second of the video. Bit rate is quantified by Mbps, megabits per second. And the less megabits there are, the less data there's going to be maintained in there. So if you look at this picture, you can see that when we have 8 megabits bottom right, it's maintaining the most amount of data compared to the top left, 0.19 megabits per second, where it's very blurry. There's not too much going on. It's only keeping some of those frames of data in that 1 second of video. So we're seeing like a weird blur between 2 different frames. So certain, whatever you're trying to export it to, it's going to need a different bit rate. They're going to have a different recommendation for the bit rate per second that you keep and maintain throughout so that it maintains quality. A higher bit rate will always be better quality, but it will also be a larger size. This stuff comes from Kellen Reck. He's a letter E in the syllabus, video bit rate, easy overview, 2021. As I said, bit rate is referenced in megabits per second. When you're watching a DVD, it's generally going to be encoded with about 4 to 8 megabits per second. If you're watching a Blu-ray, it significantly goes up and it's about 24 to 40 megabits per second. So when you're exporting, you need to know what you're exporting to and what you're going to use it for to kind of know around the amount of bit rate that you want to maintain throughout. Here's more like a recommendation of some of the bit rates that they give you. And they say, you know, for a standard frame rate, because there's less pictures in there, you don't need as much data to be maintained because there's not as many photos as in a higher bit rate. Higher frame rate will have more pictures. You know, a frame rate of 60p will be 60 pictures in that 1 second, whereas 24 frames per second would be just 24 pictures in that 1 second. So obviously that's, you know, less than half, and you don't need as much data because of that to be maintained. So if you're using a standard frame rate of like 24, 25, or 30 frames per second, they say if you're shooting 4K video, you want to maintain around 35 to 45 megabits per second. If you're shooting 2K or 1440p, and you want to keep around 16 megabits per second, 1080p is about 8 megabits per second, 720, and it goes down, and you can look up this list online if you'd like. It's just, I think it's called like bitrate recommendations or something, or bitrate standards. If you go to a higher frame rate though, if you go to like 60 frames per second, 48 or 50, then for 4K video, you want to keep around 53 to 68 megabits per second. 2K, it's 24. 1080p or standard HD, it's 12, and so on. So obviously, if you're using a higher frame rate, you're going to need a lot more data to be maintained. And it goes even higher if you're trying to shoot at like 120 frames per second. This is if you are trying to export in these frame rates. So if you're just trying to export it into 24 frames per second, but you have a slow motion clip that's 48, it doesn't really need as much data. It doesn't need the huge amount of data like you would need with the standard frame rate. That's if you are exporting it to 48 frames per second. If you're exporting it to that, you're going to need more data to be maintained because you're keeping more of that information in there. You're keeping more pictures. But if you're just slowing an image down and you're making a 60 frames per second video clip into 30 frames timeline, then you can export at this recommendation number. When you're exporting, you're going to have a few options for different kinds of bit rate. There's going to be what's called CBR, or constant bit rate. And then there's VBR, variable bit rate. And there's one that I haven't really seen, but I've heard about, so I don't really know anything about it, but it's called average bit rate, ABR. But we're just going to be talking about CBR and VBR because they're found on most editing softwares. So when you go to export, you're going to see the window pop up for what codec to choose, H.264, or do you want ProRes, or what kind of codec do you want? And then if you scroll down and you go like to the video section and you look at the actual settings, you're going to see the bit rate, and you're going to see either you can use constant bit rate or variable bit rate. Like I just said, the higher the resolution and the higher the frame rate, the higher the recommendation for the bit rate will be. A constant bit rate says that for each frame, or each second, of video, it's going to maintain the same bit rate no matter what is happening in the scene. It can be okay, so when you're talking about bit rate, it needs more data. Typically, it needs more data when there's a lot happening in the scene and there's a lot of camera movement, there's a lot of changes. It needs to maintain more data so that it keeps those changes accurate and up to date. Otherwise, you come to that problem where if you have too little of bit rate, you get that blurry hand where you see two hands at once because it didn't maintain there's too much movement happening in the frame in that 1 second, and they don't have enough bit rate to show it. And even in the 1 megabits per second, you can kind of see it's a little blurry because he's moving his hand to type on that thing. So you want to keep going. You have to make sure that you're maintaining enough bit rate during those heavy moving parts so that you have enough data there to keep it looking good, pretty much. So the more movement that is happening in those scenes, in those moments, the more bit rate you want dedicated to that portion of the film. That 1 second, you want it to have a little bit more usually. So constant bit rate will keep the bit rate the same. If you look at this picture, that dotted line is the constant bit rate. And so no matter what's happening, even if the guy's just sitting still, even if people are moving around, even if the guy's running outside, whatever's happening, it's still going to maintain that same bit rate throughout for every different second of film. And typically speaking, CBR, constant bit rate, you don't really want to use it unless you're using something that is more predictable, like a YouTube video where you're just standing there, you're talking to the camera, the background's not moving, you're not moving around too much. So having a constant bit rate will be okay in that situation because not too much is changing. So you don't really need to have a huge spike up in how much bit rate you're dedicating to this second of video compared to that second. People will use constant bit rate because it kind of speeds up the process. The computer doesn't have to look at as much or as into much detail about each different clip. And so it can kind of just speed through it because it knows that it's going to maintain that same amount of bit rate. Whereas if you're doing something like a film, you usually want to use variable bit rate so that the bit rate is changing depending on what is happening in that moment, in that second of film. If it has low motion, it can dedicate less detail to it because there's not as much going on. So there's not many changes, so it doesn't need to have as much data there because the background can stay the same from frame to frame for a few frames because it's not moving. Whereas if there's a lot of camera movement, there's a lot of movement within the frame, it needs to dedicate more bit rate to it to maintain that detail so that it doesn't have those ugly blurs like we see in this picture. So variable bit rate, it just goes through and it changes how much bit rate is maintained throughout each second. And it's just something that basically you want to do. It's going to take longer to do than a constant bit rate, but it's just pretty much across the board always going to be better if you have the time. Variable bit rate is just going to work out better for you for the most part. Hold on a second. But also with variable bit rate, there's two options you have in most editing softwares. You have what's called VBR 1 pass, which is variable bitrate 1 pass, or you have variable bitrate 2 pass. Basically, 1 pass is going to do what this line is doing. It's going to view the video, and while it's viewing it, it's going to say, okay, well, this one's not moving, so I'm going to give it 300. And this one's moving a lot, so I'm going to give it around 700. This one's moving not much, so I'm going to go back down to 300. And it's going to go through and it's going to adjust the bit rate while it's exporting. A 2 pass is going to first go through the entire thing. And basically the computer is just going to be looking at it and going, what could I do here? What could I do there? Oh, I could do this there. And then it's going to go back to the beginning again, and it's going to start making its adjustments. It's going to take a lot longer to do, but basically what it does is it allows the computer to figure out where it can allocate data so that it makes a smaller file size without losing any quality. So if you have the time, typically a variable bitrate 2 pass is just going to get a smaller file size with the same quality you'd get from a 1 pass. And it's going to be a smaller file size, so that's good. You always want smaller you want smaller maintaining quality. You always want quality with small file size. So if you have the time, going with the 2 pass will just be the better way to do it, because it'll make the computer smarter, give it more time to figure out what to do where, and that way it will know how much data is actually needed, because it's just kind of viewing it and making an assumption, going back into it, and then adjusting it. With either of these choices, you have what's called the target bit rate, and you have a max bit rate. With CBR, you have I think you just have the target bit rate, which is saying with each second of video, I want to keep the bit rate at around this area, and you tell it like however much. And that goes back into what you were trying to export it to. What are you using it for? Then you want to use something like this. Let me get out of that. Then you want to use something like this table. If you have a 24 frames per second movie and you're trying to you have it in 4K, then you might want to say the target bit rate is around 45 megabits per second. And you tell it to keep that bit rate maintained throughout. And that's the constant bit rate. The variable bit rate, you say the same thing. You say target bit rate. So again, if you're trying to do the 4K video at 24 frames per second, you might say 35 to 45 megabits is your target. And then you will give it a max bit rate and a minimum bit rate sometimes. Max bit rate is saying at any second within this film or project, don't go over this amount of data, So it's saying, some people say they like to double up whatever their target bit rate is. Some people like to triple up. Some people only like to raise it up a tiny bit. It's a preference, and you're not really going to be able to tell until you start doing it, especially depending on what you're making. Because if you have a 24 frames per second movie where it's a drama and there's not too much movement compared to a race car driving action film, there's gonna be a lot more movement, a lot more changes. So you're gonna need more bit rate, you're gonna need more data in that action film than you're gonna need in the drama, even if both are 4K. So just keeping that in mind, having that target bit rate is saying, this is what I want you to try to get to. Max bit rate is saying, this is what you can't go over. And minimum, if it has the option, is just saying, don't go under this amount of data. So if you were gonna do a 4K video or a 4K movie, and you're shot in 24 frames per second, you might tell it to do a target bit rate of 40, max bit rate of 100, and a minimum of 30, or something like that. Oh, Mel. So Mel asked, I'm not sure I follow with the 1 pass versus 2 pass. How does going over the video twice make it more accurate? So the 2 pass, it's just viewing the video. It doesn't make any adjustments. It's just seeing what amount of data it needs to put into each second. And basically it can make the file size, it doesn't make it more accurate, it just makes it more small, the file size, because it knows how much data is needed in each second of video. So it's a lot of math and a lot of calculations the computer's doing. If the first second of video, the guy is sitting still and he's looking straight into the camera and there's not much going on and we're just hearing his thoughts, then there's not as much data that needs to be kept in that, because a lot of it is the same for a few seconds or a few moments. And if it's doing a one pass, it might just be like, oh, well, not much is going on, so I'm going to give it 20 megabytes per second for this. And then, it keeps going and it keeps changing the bit rates as it goes. But if it's doing a two pass, it'll watch that and it'll say, that one doesn't need that much data. And then it'll watch the next thing and it'll see that one needs a lot more data. And it'll basically be able to more smartly allocate the data rates to different seconds of video, because it knows what needs to be adjusted throughout the whole thing. Because if you're giving it a target bit rate, then you're telling it that however long you shot the thing for, you're telling it how much data you want it to maintain at the end. So if you're giving it a target bit rate, let's just say it turns out to be 100 megabytes for whatever your video is, because you shot a 2-minute video and you gave it a certain amount of a certain target bit rate. So each second of video you want it to reach there. It can only go up to this max bit rate of this, and it can get a minimum of this lesser number. And so then the whole time the thing is trying to make sure that the whole file as a whole is staying under that 100 megabytes at the end for the whole video. And if it's doing a two pass, it's able to go through and see that maybe we can shave off 10 megabits from here. Maybe we can add 5 megabits there. Now I have negative 5 megabits because I didn't need that data, because it went through and watched and then it went back through and edited it.
Okay, so reiterating, one pass, it's all for the whole video, you set it, and while it's shooting, it doesn't change. But with a two pass, you can actually change the megapixels while you're shooting it. Is that what you're saying?
The computer will do it automatically. So
Yeah.
it'll do it either way. Like it's going to change with a variable bit rate, when there's more movement in the frame and the second of video, it's going to add more bit rate to that second. It's going to keep, because it needs more data to maintain it to look good, that movement. When there's less movement, there's not much going on, it's going to take away some of that bit rate. It's going to lower the bit rate for that second of video. When it's doing a one pass, it's going through and it's adjusting as it goes. It's adjusting it while it's basically watching the film and making adjustments as it's doing it. If it has two passes, it's basically watching the movie first and taking notes as like, oh, I could lower it here and I could raise it there, and taking notes of how much data it's going to need and overall how much data it wants to maintain. And then it's going to go back through and be like, well, they set a target bit rate of 40 megabits per second and a max bit rate of 100. And so, but I know that I can get closer to the target bit rate that they wanted, and so I can make the file size a lot smaller because I already watched the film and took notes on it. So basically that's what it's doing. Mel, you asked, so the target.
So only two pass uses target max and minimum bit rate when it's
the one pass uses it too. It's just going to use it less. It's not going to be able to allocate it as well because it's doing it while it watches. Does that make sense?
The other one watches it first.
It'll never go under your minimum bit rate you set, and it'll never go over your maximum bit rate you set. So your target bit rate is going to try to keep it as close to that as possible for each second of video. But if you have something where it's an explosion or there's something crazy happening and there's a lot of people moving, it's going to need to allocate more data to that second of video. And so it's going to go closer to your max bit rate for that second. If it's a 1 pass, it'll go closer to the max, and then it'll just keep watching the film and go, sorry, you said you wanted a target of 40, but you know what? You had a lot of stuff going on. And so I had to put 80 at that 1 second. And so now the file size is 40 megabits larger, megabytes.
So 2pass is going to get closer to target.
Yeah, 2 pass, it would be like, well, that first second with the guy just staring, I can take some of that data, that bit rate data, and take it away from there. Now that's under the target. And then I can add that I took from there to the scene where there's that explosion that needs more data. And it just allocates it better to get it closer to your target bit rate to keep the size down.
Makes sense. How do you decide when you're shooting a video where you want your bitrate to kind of like be? Because you have to set the minimum and the maximum, right? So I'm guessing it would probably change depending on what you're shooting.
Yeah. All right. So this is where like sizes come in. Like you want to use a table kind of like this to whatever you're exporting it to, and whatever kind of resolution you have. It's going to have different amounts that you should target. So if you're just putting it to a DVD, just look up how much a DVD uses per second. And I think I said it earlier. The guy said, well, Kellen Reck said it, but he said it was around 4 to 8 megabits per second because it's usually standard HD. But when we're getting into 4K and stuff, you can go to Blu-ray. And so Blu-ray will use something more along the lines of this top row, which is around 24 to 40 megabits per second on a Blu-ray disc.
Okay.
So it really depends on what your resolution is, how much your frame rate is that you're exporting to, and where you're trying to display it.
Makes sense. So like say we're doing video, if you wanted it on regular disc and Blu-ray, you would shoot it at the highest resolution for Blu-ray, and then you would just lower it because you can't go up once it's shot in lower, you can't add more megapixels, but you compress and like, you can compress it and make it smaller, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can,
So
you can do what's
you would
called,
always shoot it at the top.
you can do what's called like up-resing, which is taking a 2K file and making it 4K, but it's not actually going to add those details, like you said. It's going to like come out with a 4K file, but it's not actually going to have that data that a native 4K recorded file would have.
Pretty much just shooting it if you need it to be formatted at 4K for whatever reason. It's not actually 4K, it's just formatted that way so that it can fit whatever needed, I'm guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where all that comes in. So basically if you have time, because it's going to take a longer time, because it's going to have to go through twice, but it will come out with a smaller file size that is the same quality as a 1 pass would be. It will just be a smaller file size. And it might even be a little bit better if there's like a very large variation between your scenes, where like one scene it's very calm and nothing's happening. Like I said, if it's just the guy staring into it, if that's for like a whole minute, there's not really much going on in there in that scene. So it doesn't really need that much data compared to like something that's a high speed chase and there's explosions and stuff going around, 100 people in a crowd moving in the background. All of that stuff's going to need a lot more data. So if you have a huge variation between your scenes, like how little stuff is happening and how much stuff is happening, and it's very different from scene to scene, you probably want to do the 2 pass anyway, just so that it has better idea of where to allocate that data to. And that can actually help maintain the quality for those scenes that require the most data. But for the most part, what a 2 pass will do is just maintain the quality that it would get in a 1 pass, but just have a better allocated data rate, which will keep your file size down. And so the question might be like, why not just use the highest bit rate allowed? And it's because file sizes, how big it is, how large that size of the file is going to be. And you might say, well, I have a big hard drive, so it doesn't really matter. I can hold it. Well, it's not, unless you're just going to keep it on your hard drive alone. Then it can be an issue if you're going to be putting it somewhere else, especially if you're trying to put it online. Larger file sizes are going to take longer to upload to the internet. They're going to take longer to export. They're going to take more computing power to export, first of all, and second of all as well. They're going to require that larger memory storage to hold it. So if you're trying to archive it or you're trying to send a physical copy to someone, you're going to need a larger file, larger data storage, memory storage thing, hard drive or SSD. And you're also going to need it to be able to read and write fast enough to be able to play back that video in real time. Because the more data that's coming through, the harder it is for that thing to read it and to show it, because it has to decompress it all and it has to decode it all pretty much and to display it. So it is a bit of a computing power. Like, computers are really crazy and they can do a bunch of stuff, but if you're adding a crap ton of data that doesn't really necessarily need to be there because we're not going to notice, then you're just adding it for the sake of adding it. So you need to like kind of get an idea of some of these better ranges to get into to maintain quality without making too large of a file size to where it's hard for your hard drive to read it, or it's hard for someone else's computer to read it if you're sending it. But it also, the larger the file sizes, the longer it's going to take to upload to the internet. If you're trying to put it on Vimeo or YouTube or any other video sharing site, or if you're trying to send it to somebody online, Google Drive or Dropbox or something like that, it'll take a lot longer to upload and download for both parties. And if you're trying to upload it to your own website, a larger file size is going to use up more bandwidth and more internet. And that's going to take up a lot of that bandwidth that your site is allowed whenever you have a lot of traffic. And that's where you might have people that, if you have a lot of traffic coming to your website to view the thing, it might even crash your website. And then your site will go down, and then that'll be a huge problem. Or it'll just have it buffer a lot longer for the people to watch it. And people might get frustrated and lose interest because it's taking too long to load, or it just keeps buffering in between because there's too much data and they don't have a fast enough internet speed to watch this because there's so much data that it needs to stream. So that's where like a lot of this stuff comes in, and where it's like, what are you trying to put this on? Are you trying to put it on Blu-rays and DVDs? Because they only have a certain speed that they can read and write at. So they can't display a movie if it's too high. It can't even maintain it on the disc because the disc can only hold so much information. So there's that. And then of course, just reading each second of video while it's displaying it, it needs to be able to constantly display it, and you don't want it to mess up. So you can't have something that doesn't work for the Blu-ray or the DVD, which is why you have these recommendations for how much how much bit rate to maintain. So, however, if you are uploading to YouTube or other video sites, but definitely YouTube, they have their own compression that they do to the video when you upload it. So some people actually recommend giving a higher bit rate, like 2 to 3 times the size that you normally would, to whatever you're trying to upload to YouTube. So that way, when it's compressing everything down, it's not going to take away so much data and make your thing look like crap. So if you're uploading like a trailer, for instance, it might be a good idea to export the bit rate at a much higher rate than you would your actual film, because when you're uploading it to YouTube, YouTube applies its own compression and it's going to take away more data as it's uploading it. And so you don't want it to take it away too much to where you already, like if you already did the bare minimum of the amount of data. Like you shot a 4K video, you're gonna do the trailer, and you only did 35 megabits per second. So you have the bare minimum of what they recommend, and then you upload it to YouTube, and then now YouTube's compressing it themselves. They're taking away some of that data. Now it might look a lot uglier than what you were expecting it to when you tried to upload it. So some people recommend to just make a bigger size if you have the storage space for it, upload it to YouTube, let it apply its own compression, but that way your video will still look good when you upload it. But if you're trying to do a film and you're trying to send it to a film festival, or you're trying to email it to somebody, or I guess not email, but send it through like Dropbox or Google Drive, then you just want to be aware of how large to make these file sizes. Going back to the YouTube thing, this is from Glenn Reed, letter I in the syllabus. If you are uploading something to YouTube, his videos, YouTube compression tips and tricks for better results. One tip he gives that's a little bit different than something I've heard before is if you are uploading to YouTube, some of the more professionals on YouTube that know how it works will add a tiny bit of film grain or noise. Not enough that it's like noticeable to people, or unless you're like really zooming in, but enough to where an algorithm like YouTube will see it and think that there's movement in the frame. And so it won't try to cut down all that data, and it'll keep it maintained at a high bit rate. So that was just like a trick he said to use, especially because YouTube can start having banding on the videos because it takes away so much data. And banding starts looking ugly, and it looks like this on the left. And so if you want it to look more like the right, where it's just a slow gradation from that purple to the darker purple, then putting just a tiny bit of film grain or a tiny bit of noise in your video, not enough to where it's noticeable, but enough to where the algorithm will see it and think there's movement. It'll maintain that quality and keep it more like the picture on the right. So I thought that was interesting. But when you're exporting to something like a film festival, they're gonna probably have their own requirements. They'll have like what codec it needs to be in, what format, the max size it can be, and length, and all those other requirements. So you need to follow that for your export and not just do the best quality that you think. Just go off of whatever they give you and try to get it as close to their recommendations as possible, or their requirements. Whatever their max requirements are, I would try to get it close, just to maintain the best quality you can, but keep it within their requirements. And then if you're planning to screen your project in a theater, you're going to want to make what's called the DCP, Digital Cinema Package. And we're going to get into that more when we talk about distribution. I've said it before, I brought this up a few times actually, because it keeps coming up. But essentially, you can make it yourself, but it is very tricky and it can be very difficult. And you don't really want to send something to a theater that doesn't actually work, because there's only certain systems that can play a DCP file, which are usually at theaters. So if you don't have access to something like that, you're not really going to know if it worked. And then just sending it out to a theater to see, and then to send it back and say, hey, it didn't play. That's something that you definitely don't want to happen. So typically, most people will go for paying a service that specializes in making DCPs. And basically what a DCP is, which like I said, we'll get in more later on, but essentially what it is an extremely large bit rate version of your project, talking like 250 megabits per second or more. And that's because it needs to display on a theater screen and still look good. So it's like a huge project file, and that's why not too many things can actually view it, because it's made specifically for theaters. And it's a very large file size that you're not just going to be able to upload it to YouTube and say, hey, look, here's my DCP file. What do you guys think? YouTube's not going to really be able to play it. It's too big, and you're not going to be able to upload it anyway. So that is something we'll get into later, but it goes, a lot of these things that we're learning about kind of blend in together. So I thought I'd bring it up. But yeah, does anyone have any questions or comments about any of that? I know I went over a lot. But basically, like, so when you're exporting, you have to think about where the destination you're sending it to, and that's going to determine what kind of codec you use. And the codec will compress the video in different ways, which we already talked about in an earlier meeting. But then you can also choose the bit rate that is maintained and the target bit rate, the one that you want it to maintain throughout, the maximum one, the one that it can't go over, so that it doesn't get too large of a file, even if there's a bunch of stuff happening. You want to make sure that it maintains some sort of file size. And the minimum, you want to make sure that it doesn't go down too low to where it's going to look ugly because it's trying to allocate data to another area that needs it. And so those three things, and the variable bit rate 2-pass it'll take longest, but it'll make the best version of the film that you can make, pretty much. All right, so last thing I'm going to go over just real quick. This actually wasn't, I don't know, there wasn't as much to it as I thought there was. This is going to go kind of with budgeting and with equipment, but we're going to hold off on this more until we talk about distribution. The Netflix and Amazon requirements. One thing I did want to note is a lot of people get confused with this, and I was confused with this, but Netflix has an approved camera list, but this is for their originals. So if you want to be branded as a Netflix original, then you would have to shoot with one of these cameras. They also have a crap ton of other requirements, like that you have to use black balancing for your camera at the start of each day, or if there's any kind of color shift in the sky. You have to shoot raw, what kind of aspect ratio you can shoot in, and there's a ton of other stuff that they require whenever you are trying to make a Netflix original. But if you are trying to make your own project and sell it to Netflix, that is going to be something different. That is going to be something where you don't need one of these cameras. Chisum says, why is it so strict? It's strict so that it can maintain a certain quality, so that if you see Netflix original, you know the kind of quality that it's going to bring. If they just let anybody use it, and they let anybody use any kind of camera and do any kind of workflow, you might get stuff that is kind of crappy, looks like garbage, sounds like garbage, and then people wouldn't take Netflix as seriously. So Netflix has their own quality that they need to maintain for anything that they want to brand as an original for their project. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to buy a licensed product, something that's already created, a film, a short film, something like that. They will still buy those things and put them on their platform. And it doesn't need these approved cameras or these approved workflows. It's just going to need basically you're going to need a agent or a distributor that has worked with Netflix before and is one of their partners to kind of get your project and pitch it to them. And then if Netflix likes it, they'll take it on. You're not really going to be able to, as I said, we'll get into this more next semester when we talk about distribution, but you aren't going to be able to just email Netflix and be like, hey, I have an idea for a film, or hey, I have this film, you want to put it on your platform? You're going to have to get somebody that knows Netflix, that's worked with them before, an entertainment agent or a distributor who has worked with Netflix and distributed to them, or a production company that has, and get them to really help you get it on Netflix. Because that's just how they work. They have too many people trying to come to them, so they don't really need to take everybody's idea individually. Yeah, small budget
Yeah, no,
films
that
are
makes
kinda like
sense.
that.
Right, well, you have Netflix, and then of course, then they would have like, distributors and stuff that's gonna look through and decide if they even, like, if you present it to a distributor, they're gonna look at it first before they even bring it to Netflix to see if it passes their, if they wanted, you know what I mean? Like, if I was a
Yeah.
distributor, then I would be looking at the project, and I would go, okay, well, do I wanna take this? Do I think that Netflix is gonna fit with Netflix? And they're not even gonna take it to Netflix if they don't think it's gonna fit. They'll
Right.
just turn you away,
Yeah.
right there, and tell you what the problem is or whatever. So it makes sense. I mean, with such a big company like Netflix and how many films that they have on there, and knowing how much, goes into everything in film, it would be insane to think that you could just email Netflix. That doesn't make sense.
Right. Yeah, and
just
then like, and
beyond
then
that, just talk
some
to them, right?
people assume that that's how that works though. And so yeah,
Really?
people just want to clarify that. Like I said, we'll get more into that with distribution, but
Mhm.
with smaller films, Chisum, you're asking in the because she feels like distribution for smaller films is much different than ones for bigger studios. Yes, definitely. Which is why when you have a smaller film, you're an unknown production company or something like that, you have to get a distributor that's worked with Netflix or a agent that's worked with Netflix that are able to pitch it to them and sell them an idea or an already made project to get them to distribute it on their platform.
That makes
Because
sense.
you're too small, you can't just go to them yourself. And they don't even work with like bigger studios that they've never worked with before. They typically stick to the studios that they've done business with already, because they have those contacts, they know those people, and those people know their workflow. So you really have to get with, if you just have a script, you're trying to make a Netflix original, then you have to get with an agent that's worked with Netflix to get them to pitch the idea or help you pitch the idea to Netflix so that they can approve it and allow you to make it under the Netflix original banner. Or, some of them you're allowed to already make a project and then Netflix will buy it and brand it as an original as long as it followed this workflow and this camera and all this other stuff. But you can also just get something on Netflix without being called an original. They have plenty of products that have already released, short films and TV shows like Breaking Bad and stuff like that, that isn't Netflix originals, but they just buy the rights to show it on their platform. And so that would be like a licensing thing. But either way, no matter what, if you are a small independent project, you are going to need to get somebody who's done business with Netflix before, a company that's done business or that continues to do Netflix business, to help you get in the door. You can't just go to Netflix and get in the door. You have to get.
Oh yeah, just think about how many smaller, small little companies there are too. Netflix isn't going to want to work with every single smaller company. I guess that makes a lot of tangible sense. I mean, that's like any big business. They're picky, so it's like it's tricky, right? And it gets trickier like the higher up you go, right? So if you know the right people and you do it right, that's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, and like Amazon did try at one point. I know they had it was like the independent indie film connect or direct, or I don't know what the program was called, but it was basically just letting people post on their website or their video website, Prime Video. But then people started complaining because there was just a lot of, it was kind of like YouTube, you can go on YouTube and you can find some really good quality stuff, but you can also find some complete garbage. And people didn't really want to have to sift through so much crap to find some good stuff. They want to have quality, some kind of quality. So they canceled, I believe they canceled that program. And you're still able to get stuff on Amazon. You're still able to get stuff on Netflix. You just have to go through a more professional route by getting in contact with the businesses that work with them.
Wait, what program did they have before, sir?
Amazon had some program where it was basically like it was kind of like YouTube, where you could post a film or a short film to their website, to their Amazon Prime. It was some kind of subsection of their website of independently produced video or content. And so people started just posting there, and if you got a bunch of views, you'd get paid a certain amount of money. It was kind of like with Netflix or YouTube. If you get a bunch of views and ads and all that, you start getting some money. And so Amazon would pay you if you got a bunch of attention and, you know, a bunch of views on their platform, bringing people to Amazon Prime. But the problem was that people didn't want to sift through all this stuff to find quality content when they were on Amazon, because there was just a bunch of stuff that was low quality, and people don't really, if you have a bunch, you know, there's so much out there now, so much high quality stuff that people want to sift through, and they still sift through the high quality stuff to find stuff they like. They don't want to have to go through stuff that isn't going to sound good or isn't going to look good, you know, and isn't made well to find good quality content. They just want to have to go through and know that this content's all pretty much going to have some kind of standard to be able to watch it. And so that's why Amazon canceled that, because people were tired of sifting through 100 things to find something that they might like. So yeah, so like I said, we'll get into this more. I thought there was going to be more to it about cameras and like stuff like that, but really what it comes down to is just the distribution of it all. Netflix is a distribution company. They distribute people's projects on their website. I mean, their streaming platform. So getting them to distribute yours is going to take some work, and you're going to have to go through some channels to be able to get it on there, or Amazon or Hulu or any of these other streaming platforms. But we'll get more into that next semester. So
All right,
I'm going to end it with that. And last thing I'm going to say, oh shoot, I should know. There. Last thing I'm going to say is that, guys, on Monday, we're going to be watching Inception. So there's no studies for Monday. We're watching Inception, and we're going to make a project out of that based on parallel editing. So talking more about that, we'll be pausing it, looking at it for its editing on Monday and going in all that. And then we're going to start delving into crowdfunding, green screen, blue screen editing, post-production sound equipment on Thursday, next Thursday.
Sounds great. It's phenomenal. Thanks, guys. This is such a great class.